a picture for this.
I mean, I still have Threkken as a picture, and I figure he's I think he's an appropriate picture throughout all of the series.
The hero?
The hero, the unsung hero of this universe.
Maybe we'll get a picture of Coral.
Maybe. I don't feel like I like doing so, but yeah. So this is very, very surprising even to myself. It's kind of it's kind of almost like I'm doing something for the first time again. Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to episode 45 of the Jaded Talk. Jesus, I only managed 44 episodes before I broke down, so there's to that. Today we're gonna be talking about number 1, the first book of Edge of Victory, which is Conquest. Yeah, I'm joined again by the lovely Pico, and man, it's been a while.
It's been at least a week since the last one, I think. So.
Maybe 2 at best, but I feel it feels like yesterday we've done the last one. Yeah, I guess nobody watches the stream who doesn't talk to me on Discord, but in case anybody ever stumbles upon this and does ask the question of why, man, I burned so much energy I had for Star Wars trying to plow through the unholy mess that Young Jedi Knights was, that no matter what came afterwards, I just felt like I'm done with Star Wars, and the thought of Star Wars as a franchise really made me fucking annoyed in the off time of this stream. So much so that I didn't even care that I read Conquest, or that I was in the middle of reading Conquest, which is, yeah, one of the greatest books I've read so far. Yeah, it's just it burned through all of it. So in case anybody hasn't watched the video, go to my channel where I recommend a pre-New Jedi Order reading series, and just follow that advice. Just please don't read slop. Like, think about it. I started reading the EU with the goal of eventually reading NJO, and that at this point is 5.5 years ago. Do you know how much that messed with my mind, realizing that, like, oh my god, people recommended so much fucking slop to me, and I gobbled it all up. Ugh. But yeah, man.
Open seas.
I'm trying to silently seethe about it in my corner, but yeah, that's
at least you got to read Junior Jedi Knights before this.
At least, yeah, eventually I managed. But to everybody who unironically still advises people to read all of it, I don't forgive you. You really don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Let's go through these. Yeah, it's awesome. We're back. Fuck off, Sivat. Yeah, of course. Bye. Yeah, ignoring Reddit should be everybody's number 1 priority, no matter what you're doing. But yeah, I agree. I think it's awesome as well. It is very symbolic, I think, to, like, oh yeah, finally we've won. we are here, and this is our prize. We managed to survive Young Jedi Knights, and we eventually got to read this. All right, so let's talk about the wonderful cover first. So this one, some of the covers had kind of strange designs at times. This one is definitely very good, I would say. We've got little Anakin Solo down there looking very, very sad. I wonder why. Then bottom right, I guess, is Vua Rapang, the shamed one. That I think so. I guess, I don't know. He has those like head tentacle thingies that the Shapers have, or it at least kind of looks like it. But I figure that's supposed to be Vua. And then in the background, I guess, is probably Mezan Quad, who's kind of like the main antagonist of this book. Yeah, I like that there's like lots of new things going on, especially like these weird tentacle things growing out of her head. That's like a very specific thing for the Shapers themselves, as far as I've understood.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's like a nice new little optic we have for them. And yeah, Vua, was going to be a very nice character. We're going to see more about him. So yeah, not a lot to say. I guess I do have the Nagano cover here as well. I'm gonna pull that one up quickly. I mean, it's very similar in a lot of ways, but still, we still have Anakin, just a different version of him. I'd argue, yeah, that one looks a bit better. We have our little boy Ikrit, who's, yeah, we will talk
Little
about.
homie.
Our homie, our buddy. We have, we have Tahiri here. Obviously, she's going to be a big part of the book. Luke and Mara, yeah, again, the first part of the book is kind of lost on me, considering it's been. I mean, I saw like the last time I edited the prologue notes for Conquest was in August of last year, so it's been a while. Yeah, I don't know how big of a part they play in the beginning of this book.
Mara's main role here is the kids realizing she's pregnant.
Yeah, I guess so.
Makes sense. Luke's is obviously because he's the leader of the Jedi, and
yeah, and he does have a part. I do kind of remember that. So obviously, we have Mezan. We have, I still guess, Vua Rapang. There is a Star Destroyer. I'm not sure if it's because of the red giant, but it is a red one, which I figure is Booster's ship.
Yes,
because yeah,
I don't remember any other Star Destroyer being part of it, but
yeah, and considering this one does look distinctly red, then again, it might be like I haven't caught whether it's red in the book.
Maybe the Empire attacks Yavin 4 again.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I would be all for that. That little fucking ball of forest and nothingness
and piranha
does have it coming. Yeah. They would have it coming if that were to happen. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is the superior cover. There's no doubt about that. It's Nagano. What do you expect? So, we have a few comments in case any was not from the. Yeah, it's. I have Avengers right next to me on my couch. It's there, trying to be read, and oh boy, there's just so much good stuff. I mean, but I pushed out a lot of cape shit stuff in my NJO off time, so no, you're not. Things are actually happening the way you think they're. Yeah, those Nagano covers of Mara, she looks
pretty.
She looks very, very beautiful. Mezanquat or Nen Yim? Douglas says Nen Yim. I thought, considering Mezan is kind of a more, I mean, maybe I don't want to say important, but you're kind of a more like higher up character, that it would have been her. But I guess it could be both of them. I don't know. Yeah. Luke and Mara 100% good. We can have a book with weird rabbit and expect it to sell. I mean, yeah, maybe. They're in there still. It's not complete clickbait, but I understand what you mean. Yeah, so let's start this the way we usually do. What did you remember about this book? What do you like about this book? How much did you like it? I figure quite a bit.
Everything Greg Keyes touches is gold.
Yes.
And rereading it just makes me remember that again.
Greg Keyes already did a thing I didn't expect him to do, which is write a book with 2 preteens as the main characters and make it entertaining, or like a whole book series, that being Junior Jedi Knights. And yeah, he hasn't oversold his abilities one bit. This book is simply fantastic. I wonder, considering all the other NJO books have been a while back too, if I would consider it the best NJO book so far.
I think I would.
Probably. I think probably, right? Do you?
I don't know what else would take. Maybe one of the Dark Tide books.
Yeah, I think that's the only books that like have any contest, at least like have a chance of being better than this one. But yeah, it's probably the best one so far. I would say that without any doubt in my mind. So yeah.
So much happens in this book, and it's like really short for an NJO book too.
Oh yeah. It's only like 318 pages in German. I think even less than 300 in English. So
I know. I don't own the paperback anymore, unfortunately. But I remember it being under 300 pages, which is insane.
And yeah, this again shows that whoever writes 600-page novels thinking it really needs to happen, sometimes it does. Sometimes it just doesn't.
Depends on the story.
Depends on the story. Yeah, like this is 300 pages and so like it's so packed with story. Like so much is happening in this book. There's no meandering.
Brevity is its main strength.
Yeah.
Along with every other thing you can possibly say about this book.
Yeah, everything else that a writer could be good at, Greg Keyes is probably good at. Yeah, probably. I think so too. Like
I'd say followed by Rebirth and then the Dark Tides. But yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I haven't
started Rebirth yet.
Yeah. I'm gonna start later today, probably. At least one chapter I should be able to get out. If not, then at the very least tomorrow. But yeah, I don't see. I mean, I don't see Star by Star beating this book. That's just me, Maybe I might get surprised. I have enjoyed 100% of the books of Troy Denning I've read so far, so it could be totally different. But yeah, there you go. I guess let's just get into it. It's going to be interesting to read my notes again and see how much of the story I'm able to reconstruct in my mind.
I can help with the first half at least.
That's good because that's the part I obviously would remember the least. Yeah. So the prologue, we have Dorsk82. Okay, he is defending droids on a planet called Ando from the Aqualish. The Aqualish are one of the many species in the galaxy already that are trying to sell out to the Vong under the guise of like, oh, if you essentially roll over and let us do whatever we want, we're not gonna harm you. Wink, wink.
Don't worry, XD. You can trust us for real.
Exactly. It's like a Lenny face copy pasted 100 times. That's the one. Like, yeah, we'll be your friends. Yeah, and he seems to die in this chapter, and as far as I understand, he does just die.
He does.
Yeah,
he gets gunned down by Peace Raiders.
They're
trying to sell or turn the Aqualish over, or not the Aqualish, the droids of the Aqualish.
Yeah, exactly. So the Peace Brigade are like the essentially a whole faction that has been built upon selling out the galaxy to the Vong and fighting on their behalf, like for their own survival. The only note I added to that death scene was Kevin character suffering. We are so back. So
yeah, because
I would still stand behind that quote. So yeah.
Sorry, I read this wrong. It's the Aqualish themselves that were attacking. That's crazy.
Oh, it is. Okay, yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah, hey, they're doing things.
Yeah, they don't need the Peace Brigade to turn themselves over to the Vong. They can do it themselves.
Oh, we have another guest. Hello, Jason.
Peace Brigade to turn over to the Vong. They can do it themselves.
Oh, exactly.
We have another guest. Oh, you're playing the audio.
Your audio's kind of cutting out at times.
Okay, talk now. This motherfucker.
He will manage, I'm sure. Throughout the stream, we will get.
We have the older part now. I've never remembered how to pronounce his name, but he's awesome. So
yeah, we are back with Uldir. He is apparently a very successful and talented rescue pilot, and if we remember Junior Jedi Knights, that was his plan because correct me if I'm wrong, his parents were rescue pilots, and that's how he lost them.
They were shippers. Yeah,
they were shippers.
It just makes perfect sense for him to help out.
Yeah, exactly. He did say that this was going to be his his plan going forwards because he didn't have enough force powers to be a Jedi. He was going to become a rescue.
It's a really sweet idea. Like the moment he decides to just like actually do something he can do is the moment he's worthy of actually getting some level of force powers, because that's when we see that he has at least some instinct, some instinctual level.
But oh well, yeah, characters can do something nice that has been talked about in their past iterations. That's so interesting.
You mean characters? You mean characters can have nice resolutions?
Yeah.
Not every resolution has to be your brutal murder. That is a thing I would say, is possible for characters. Not all of them have to die brutally and gruesomely.
And especially with him, where we're going to catch up with him in the Emissary of the Void.
Oh, nice.
Series, so.
I think Danny might disagree.
Apparently, he doesn't. So
yes.
And yeah, he has a partner called. Oh, is the partner's name the one you couldn't pronounce? Like we had a hot.
No, that one's Dackholder.
Dackholder, yeah, it's distinctly German looking. Like it's Dackholder, which I mean, yeah, okay, Dackholder.
I'm pretty sure it's Dackholder because his nickname is Doc.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's the way you would read this name in English.
Yeah.
It's how I would read it in German because it kind of sounds like a German word. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, he is his partner, and they follow a fake distress call. His partner is actually with the Peace Brigade and tries to sell him out, since Uldir is on a list of the Vong for supposedly being a Jedi.
Yeah, because he was a part of the academy.
He was an official.
However brief it was.
Yeah. However little talent he had and how short of a time he has been there, that doesn't matter. He, of course, was a fully fledged part of the Praxium. So he appeared on that list, and his partner tried to sell him to the Vong. He is kind of... I wrote down that he was really annoying about doing this, which promptly ends with Uldir yeeting him into the vacuum, which... that's pretty satisfying. Uldir gets to do some nice things. And yeah, I just wrote down Savong La does pre-Conquistador Americas shit, so I figure he did some weird torture thing again.
Yeah, he tortured a Twi'lek Jedi.
Oh, yeah, of course, he would do that. So that's...
Suila Fen.
There you go. That's Savong La doing Savong La things. Yeah.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah.
Wait, does this book actually have like a chapter 1 afterwards, or is it just...
does. It absolutely does.
And
I know that because chapter 1 is the best chapter of NJO so far.
Starts
chapter.
It starts with Kip.
Yeah.
It starts with Kip. Don't I just have this anymore? Because I wrote it down as chapter 2. Oh god, did I have some chapter twice? And I think. Yeah. Oh wait.
Chapter 1 Conquest.
I'm gonna have to go to Discord.
It's on Discord. You can find it there.
Yeah. I think my notes.
Just search chapter 1 Conquest, and you'll find it.
Yeah, and then I can scroll it a bit again. Chapter 1 Conquest. There you go. There it is. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe I fucked up something in my notes app. Let's quickly go through the comments again. Anakin should die. Yeah, it's the only way this character would ever have any meaning, because Anakin. There's this funny thing where like Anakin is a character that also existed before the New Jedi Order. There's this other guy called Anakin Skywalker, and apparently Star Wars readers are too retarded to figure out that they're two different beings. So,
to be fair.
To be fair, yes, Star Wars fans are really retarded. So I understand. I understand why Georgie Boy would think that. I need to give him that.
How many events has George gone with retarded Star Wars fans to say that to editorial?
Yeah, it's fair. I mean,
all his life.
Maybe Star Wars needs maybe before you get to even buy an expanded universe book, you have to do like a tutorial level or something just to prove whether like your basic cognitive functions are in order. Because I mean,
that's what the timeline at the start is for.
If you can survive this is a problem.
The timeline is supposed to be like a check here. Like, are you stupid enough to actually want to read everything instead of just the books that you're kind of wanting to read? If so, then be our guest and read, I don't know, fucking Knight Errant before you ever touch an NJO book, because that's gonna work out just fine. Back the plan of Pico being. I'm just gonna sit here and be silent. Jason, are you shy? Are you gonna let Sivert just make that accusation?
Yes, I will.
He fixed his mic
Fair enough,
after that comment, so get fucked, idiot.
Yeah, same. It kind of is a fever dream. It already feels like a blast from the past, even though it's been like a few months only. So yeah.
Yes.
Hello. It's always nice to have Fabi here. I wonder why you think that. I figure there's a reason for that, but who knows? I mean,
but
is
yeah,
it difficult
but
to figure out?
Yeah, but see, Sivert, that's exactly the point. He learned that the moment he named Maul Darth Maul. You know, he went to a convention after the Phantom Menace released, and he must have seen how many Star Wars fans thought he and Invader were the same character.
I mean, yeah, I wonder if these kinds of fans who wouldn't get that would also be too stupid to understand that, like, if two people have the title count in real life, that doesn't mean that they're literally the same count. Like, there's not only one count and one Duke of the Earth.
There's also multiple generals, believe it or not.
That does happen,
Yes.
yeah. There's been multiple, like, presidents and chancellors and prime ministers. That is a thing that reoccurs in human history, so... Hey, that's nice. Why not? So,
Well, I suppose.
Yeah. It's nice to get you to talk. Why not? So, chapter 1, chapter 1's from September 19th. Oh, yeah, okay. So Anakin feels that, for a brief moment, he feels Luke being hopeless about the entire, like, situation going on, essentially, and Anakin himself feels within him that he has lost something stable, like an anchor to rely on, because the way he knows Luke is this kind of picture perfect Jedi who never falters, who never loses hope or courage, and it's the first time, I guess, he gets to see him like that, which must be like relatively traumatizing to really anybody who relies on a character like Luke. How old is Anakin in this book, actually? It's been a while. I've completely forgotten
16.
the time. 16. Okay, yeah. Which still makes it, it's still fairly young to lose somebody you could, like, really rely on. Oh, God. I figure this is Noah. Hello?
Hello.
Are you doing fine as well? I mean, yeah, you're probably thinking about that one Jason scene at the end of this book, which I understand would make you really pissed off. So I'm not going to hold that against you.
But
the famous scene, which I literally don't even remember.
yeah, I
the
didn't
scene does
remember
happen.
it.
It does happen, the scene. That's, to be fair. So.
I know the scene happens because a certain someone had a very emotional reaction to it.
Did he? Okay, yeah, good to know. Oh, man.
Talking about the point you mentioned, yes, it's a very interesting point about the loss of a figure of authority that Anakin has in Luke. And it's very interesting because I have a friend who is having a rough moment right now with his parents.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the big things that losing that authority figure has is that you finally start seeing that person as human. So Anakin and the others probably had a very romanticized vision of Luke. And now, as they start to become the protagonists of the story, they start to see the failures in their mentor figures, like Luke saw in Ben after Ben himself died.
Exactly, yeah, because obviously it would be like that for a parent. You kind of see your parents as maybe not, saying not human is incorrect, but kind of like they know everything. Like, if you have a problem, you can always go to your parents and they're just going to know what to say and what to do. And it's definitely true for Luke. I mean, if there's one guy you want to have on your side to fix a problem in this galaxy, it would probably be Luke. And yeah, to lose that kind of figure, not even by him dying, but just by him being vulnerable at some point, it shows you multiple things. Not only how strong Luke's been up until this point to not be like that ever before, how much of a threat the Vong are because they can elicit that response in him, and also how broken down, I guess, to an extent the characters get to show you very basic things. Like, yes, Luke can also lose hope, can feel out of place and out of control, and that's normal. And it's not realistic to expect Luke to be something else than that.
It's similar in a way to what Rian Johnson and The Last Jedi tried to do in showing Luke Skywalker as a human first and foremost, but instead of doing it in a straight up disrespectful and stupid way, Greg Keyes, of course, has the tact of approaching that from the vision of a child, of someone who is just now becoming an adult and facing the real world for the first time.
Exactly, yeah, because I mean, nothing about Luke has actually changed. Like, he's still the same guy.
He's just kind of in a no-win scenario right now.
Yes, like he has a natural response that he can't control. Like, it's his feelings. Like, sure, he can sort of try to bottle them down, but it's just a very natural response about, like,
his order is splintered. The entire galaxy wants the Jedi to be turned over to the Vong. His nephew is the #1 wanted man in the galaxy.
Yeah, he has like a literal named target on his back. Like, I want this guy. I want all of them, but this guy but
Jason specifically.
Yeah, and yeah, your wife. I mean, okay, she's pregnant. She went through a very, a very troubling illness that you kind of have to process already. Like, processing that alone is difficult for any man. Like, seeing your wife basically almost die to an illness that you can literally do nothing about. Everything just piles on, and like all the troubles of the past they pile on, and now it's just that one time where he like sits down and realizes, oh yeah, our chances are just getting shittier by the minute. So yeah, got drunk on being noticed. What's with all the Magneto Alex stuff? Nothing. We're just recognizing his takes about the books. That's a beautiful quote by Noah. Yeah, I agree. About the unhinged shot Luke pulls and rebuild. I guess I will figure out relatively soon, presumably in less than a year. That's at least the plan. So we'll see.
You are so close to Troy Denning.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like having this mini mental breakdown about Star Wars. It wasn't the best time to have it because
you could have just waited 3 more books.
Yeah, because I figure out like Star Wars is not gonna make it any easier to not have that same episode again. But hey,
you had this episode, and now you're gonna went through 2 good books, and then you reach another.
I'll reach another episode.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
At least Star by Star is part of a good series. Imagine when you reach Dark Nest and Legacy of the Force,
and there's no good.
Yeah, considering I'm just warming up to the idea again of ever touching a Star Wars book, that idea to me still feels like a fever dream. But yeah, I know sooner or later I won't be able to make up any excuses anymore. So, oh well. So
you got more Greg Keyes ahead of you.
Yeah, true. Even 2 more. Was the Final Prophecy a Greg Keyes book?
3 more.
Yeah, 3 more.
Yes, Final Prophecy. Yes.
Nice. So back to the chapter. Yeah, so Kip is angry because Luke, to him, doesn't seem to be involved with his heart, like, in the whole conflict. And saying that since the people who they used to protect now want to sacrifice them to the Vong, they should start protecting each other. which of course makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you kind of relied on the fact that even though the New Republic maybe didn't necessarily like you or was ever particularly in favor of you, they were at least like, there's at least a very high chance that they're not actively going to antagonize you by attacking you and trying to capture you or something. But now not even that is like for sure anymore, because at some point the New Republic might be like, yeah, we will actually officially try to pin you down and extradite you to like the Vong. And I don't remember if that has happened at this point. Again, it's been a while since I've read
It's
that.
just more proof that the New Republic are the bad guys. So
I mean, obviously, yeah, that should have been obvious for like 24 books at this point. But yeah, if you haven't figured it out until now, the New Republic are kind of the villains of the Star Wars story. Anyway, exactly. So it makes sense that Kip would bring that up. Hey, now more than ever, we're reliant on protecting each other, so we should do that. And it's kind of what you would expect him to say, considering his development in previous books. And also him arguing that if it's
with previous books, you mean books within this series, right?
Yeah, when Kip's a good character, yes.
Yeah, okay, just making that, making sure. Yeah.
We've now reached like the plural stage for books in which Kip Duran appears, and he isn't a total dickhead. So yes, I can now confidently just say previous books without having to mention that. He's not native to Vector Prime. He kind of existed before, and that's just something I want to forget. So yeah,
it's also worth mentioning for the rest of this book that Anakin admits to himself that Kip's argument makes a lot of sense, actually. And he's going to be using it later.
Yeah, because it's crazy, but none of these books so far have, like, all of these books so far have yet to pretend that any of the Jedi are incorrect for what they're saying. Like, all of them are kind of correct. Like, Luke is kind of correct with his doubts. Kip is kind of correct with his doubts. Like, yeah, it's almost like they're all kind of smart people if they're written by smart guys, and they can all make a lot of sense without having to agree with each other from the get-go. But Kip is arguing that if it's okay to parry a hit by a lightsaber, wouldn't it also be okay to strike back to prevent further attacks? And if it's not okay to do that, why do they even bother learning lightsaber fights in the first place? Which, hey, yeah, makes sense again. Of course, that's the thing about self-defense. To defend yourself, in a sense, you have to attack the other one, of course, because presumably they're not going to stop attacking you until you're dead, and you kind of have to do something about that. So it makes sense for Kip to bring that up. He says he doesn't want to listen to it anymore, and the kids, to a degree, they see his point, like what Kip is trying to say. They decide on trying to prevent attacks from happening to the Jedi in the future, and they're looking for the next possible target. And since lots of Jedi came for the meeting on Coruscant, the projection on Yavin 4, so to try and remember, I think the Jedi all combined their strengths to like hide Yavin 4 essentially from the Yuuzhan Vong. And since now all of them went to Coruscant, that isn't as strong anymore. So presumably Yavin 4 is going to be the next target. Or like not even Yavin 4 specifically, the Praxium, where Ikrit and Tahiri are still at too. And that makes a lot of sense. Okay, they're hunting the Jedi. The one place you would look for Jedi, which is their temple, is not as well protected as it used to. So yeah, it's a very logical next target.
Well protected, as it used to?
As it used to in this series.
Okay.
So, famously, the Praxium is a very unimportant place that also the entire galaxy knows about, so they haven't even built up, like, flak turrets, which...
Don't even have phones.
They don't even have fucking phones. Oh my god.
Except in Leviathan, where they have a phone.
Yeah, which is strange, because it's, like, right after...
Never mentioned again. And
yeah. I still find the thought amusing that, I don't know, they could have gotten fucking typhus or something, and they need medication, and there's like, yeah, well,
They just have to wait for the weekly drop by old Peckham.
Yeah, for fucking old guy Peckham who has a teenager in his apartment. So yeah, cool. Yeah, and yeah, so I love this conflict, and Luke now has to deal with the consequence of his, I called them pea-brained decisions, which I presume I just talk about everything of the Banty era. Oh yeah, like announcing the undefended position of the elite warriors and spiritual people to the world for no reason at all. Yeah, I'm still weirded out by that fact that he said, yeah, we're gonna go to this planet, just so you know. There's no reason for you to know, but hey,
He needed
come
the
meet us anytime.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes.
And then everyone clapped.
And then literally everybody clapped. So, fuck. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
Ugh, so
If you're going to ask for the New Republic permission, why not just make it on Coruscant?
I understand your desire. I mean, to not do things like the prequels, but to be honest,
The prequels didn't exist yet.
yeah, first of all, the prequels
Yeah,
didn't exist
that's
very
my
much.
point.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot of fucking sense in going to a planet that is so highly populated that it's naturally going to be very well defended, not even because you are here, but because literally everything else on the planet is here. Like, why not abuse the fact that this planet will get defended to all extents? Why not just go there? But
So you're saying you would be okay with like the Jedi Temple being on Coruscant?
it
The
makes
first
more
one.
sense than on Yavin 4, which is undefended.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
I
real answer is it should have been Ossus, but
obviously, yeah.
we're,
but
we're,
Yes,
we're long
exactly.
past that.
Yeah, I just want you to keep all of that in mind when you get to the Denim Doors.
I know you're being funny, but yeah.
I say, the point that I'm
That's
making
not gonna
is
make
less
sense for other
about
reasons, so-
make.
Sorry, Jason.
The
I
point that I'm
interrupted
making is no, it's fine. The point that I'm making is less about making the temple on Coruscant, but more about if you are going to ask permission at all from the New Republic, why not make it on New Republic space? You know, Yavin.
Yeah.
Why the fuck will you ask permission to build something on Yavin? You can make a whole point about how Yavin didn't become a tourism point or something like that, but
Yes.
I mean, Yavin was just abandoned. So go there and just make your fucking temple, Luke.
Yeah.
Isn't this going back to Kevin's trilogy? Like that's
Yes.
also, didn't that bring up the question why Luke is even asking for permission at all?
Yep.
Exactly.
Or like what? Or like he's not like it's not even like he's getting anything out of it. Like, hey, can you help me set up this new temple?
Yeah, it's not like they're getting funding or anything. Like they get.
That would have made sense.
They get
They
like
get
some
That's why Kevin
bagels
didn't write that.
every now and then, and that's it.
Yeah.
Look,
So
Luke didn't seem to give much of a fuck when he got Cam Solusar with him.
Yeah.
yeah, if that was a point, like okay, they actually require funding by the New Republic, and that's why they have to be open about it, and it's maybe like a point of conflict. Okay, that would at least kind of make sense. Presumably, they would then also get defended, but hey, it's the EU. It's baby's first science fiction book, so I understand that it's going to be difficult to make
If
all
they're
of that
defended,
legal.
how could they get attacked every week?
That's fair. Yeah. How are we going to make any books if we can't just attack at any moment? But yeah. Hey.
So anyway, back to this
Sivat-
chapter. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Sivat, you're welcome for giving you wonderful weather. Hey, you can also go outside with your phone and listen to me while you're touching grass.
Exactly. Go take a walk, Sivert. Walk while you listen to us discuss one of the best NJO books.
Luke has to deal with the consequences of shitty writing as a summary of the entire post-Endor era.
Basically, yeah. It's definitely very much condensed in MJO. Like NJO
we're currently reading the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the finding out phase of Luke's character existence. Like before he was fucking around.
NJO.
Now. Yeah.
NJO is basically when serious science fiction meets Kevin J. Anderson universe.
If Frank Herbert came back to Dune now, well, keeping all this,
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Imagine
man.
showing Frank Herbert back then what his series would become.
I would have liked to see a J.R.R. Tolkien reacts to Rings of Power like series. That would have been nice. Something about that thought is very amusing.
I'm sure that if you open his grave, he will be there rolling.
You know, Jason, it's
generator
not
to
too
it.
late yet. Kevin can still finish the Foundation series as well.
Shut up, Noah.
Anyway, chapter
Fuck off,
2.
man.
So Luke and Mara are talking about her trying to kill him again because of hormones. So they're just, being funny. And he jokes about how all of this, pregnancy included, started like that, and it basically always comes back to Mara trying to kill Luke. That's the basis of their entire relationship, which I perfectly
listen. I can respect a kink.
Yeah, I can totally. I mean, if it's Mara, Jake, you're gonna you gotta make some trade-offs, and that's a very acceptable trade-off. Yeah, and and that they will pass Leia and Han if she keeps wanting to kill him. Yeah, because they always also
You just-
pick her a lot.
I would be careful then, because you are given ammunition to people who are trying to justify Mara going after Jason. You could say she was pregnant again.
Oh, and but who was she pregnant by? That's the bigger.
Yeah,
Was it Jason all along? Was she just hunting him because he was not going to pay any child support?
Oh, I thought you were going with the American theory.
American is also there, yeah.
Yes,
The
yes,
acclaimed
exactly.
Star Wars author Paul Urukai.
No, that's the secret. It was both. Ben was Anakin, and then the current one in Sacrifices.
Yeah, and Jason was jealous, so he started going on a rampage, and that's when Mara decided to end it once and for all.
When am I going to get my turn, Uncle?
Oh man, yeah.
Horrible.
Mara loves her Sky Guys, according to Paul Urukai, I guess. I feel that. that is us in a nutshell. That's true. So, Mara has an excellent quote, which is, and I quote, I regret not taking care of Kip years ago. End quote. Mara, I regret that too. I regret it on your behalf. Yes.
Yeah, she stole your ship, man.
Yeah, it's like, it kind of would have been very, 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 very justified. He also kind of committed genocide, which, that's
fine.
Point.
It's okay. It was an
Are you
imperial
questioning
world.
Kevin's writing decisions?
Of course not. I mean, hey, he's writing Dune, and I'm in my room talking about Star Wars. So one of us has won, I guess. I am accepting that.
Come on, Dan. He didn't commit genocide. Don't you remember? The system was empty. It was a dead system.
Oh yeah, it was completely empty. Oh, by the way, we returned to that system in James Luceno's Millennium Falcon. I just remembered.
Why?
Do we?
We do. There is. I don't remember where exactly in the. I think it is what's left of Carida. There's something called like the Carida Pet Show.
Okay.
There's something going on there.
Is it gonna be like Shards of Alderaan, where like Kip is gonna go there and he's just gonna find like his brother's old helmet or something? And have a mental
He's gonna
breakdown?
find his remains floating in space.
Is that like a
The glove
villain?
of Kip's brother.
Yeah, is there like a villain who wanted Kip's brother dead, and he's gonna have like a picture of the destroyed Carida system in his office, like fucking what's his face from Young Jedi Knight's hat? Well, what's the edgelord from Breckus, yeah, exactly. He has a little picture of fucking destroyed Alderaan. I love that. I mean, we already know that Star Wars is going to be at least 2 streams, and
I like that you say at least.
At least, because the closer I get, the more I feel like it's not going to be.
You also have to rewatch Aliens before you read Star by Star, so you can see where Troy got his inspiration from.
That's such a bullshit thing to say.
Also, I'm sorry for the sidetracking, but I just thought of it. Breckus loves the destruction of Alderaan so much. He has a picture of its like the asteroid field in his office.
Yeah.
But a plot later on is, the kids giving Leia a piece of Alderaan as a birthday gift. What if we go full Jedi Prince and Brekis wants to steal her birthday gift? That piece of Alderaan.
I mean, I did say they should have, like, instead of just gifting her that, they should have taken Centerpoint Station and just pull all of the parts of Alderaan literally to her place. And maybe Brekis could have shown up with another super weapon and destroy Alderaan again, where all of the rest of the Alderaanians now live on. I would have loved
Take
that.
the shards of Alderaan and we
Move
push
the
it
rail.
somewhere else.
And we can literally do that because it's the expanded universe. Nobody cares.
They actually could have.
exactly.
They could have cleaned up the graveyard.
It would have been easy, but nobody did. I mean,
only
instead
only Anakin can do it because Centerpoint is locked to him.
Nah,
If we throw
I think
all the remains of
Centerpoint would have-
Alderaan onto another planet, does that planet become Alderaan?
Maybe. I would have. I mean, the Centerpoint Station probably respects Thraken, so it would have allowed Thraken to do it as well. But yeah, if not him, then Anakin.
I can imagine Kraken just arriving at center point and the computer system just being like, "Yes, King."
I will do everything you ask. of
Say
me.
less.
Oh man. So yeah. Mara makes a nice point about how even if some things are his fault, like Luke says about himself, that doesn't mean Kip is right. Which, yeah, that is true. Luke counters that, if the kids are led astray by the way he's handling things, doesn't that kind of say something about the parents as well? Which is true. I mean, they kind of see Kip's point and are trying to be a bit proactive. And I was like, yeah, thankfully our heroes are good, honest people, so that wouldn't happen. Because, I mean, it's never going to happen, right? None of the kids are going to be led astray.
Yes.
Never.
Never.
There is a brief moment where Mara projects that onto herself, because she's clearly afraid whether she's going to be a good mother or not. She deflects from it to continue about the Kip topic, but I got the sense that maybe this is going to be a conversation we need to see in the future as well, because obviously somebody like Mara Jade would kind of have doubts about being a mother, and that she might not be the best suited one because she literally had no mother, really.
She was an assassin.
Well, thankfully,
Yeah.
we learn how great of a mother she is in, the later
Dark
books.
Knight. Let's say she includes Ben in every family activity.
in every family activity, Paul Urukai? Are you actually saying that?
Yes.
Nice.
It's standing writing, man.
Okay,
What did you
yeah.
think?
That's true. That is very true. So, Mara says that what Kip is offering is a response that is as simple as it is false. While they haven't offered even any kind of response at all, next to just vague promises and prohibitions, she says they need to tell them what to do, not only what not to do. And she really emphasizes that wherever he goes, she's going to follow, which is really nice. That's cool. And yeah, makes sense. I mean, Kip's not necessarily wrong. He definitely isn't right either, but he is the one giving at least like hope and suggestions like, hey, we could do this, we could do that. Luke's, to this point, has been kind of like, we are not going to do this, we're not going to do that, but he hasn't been proactive himself. So that makes sense. But that
you
is
could
something.
almost say, you could almost say it has some kind of nuance to it.
Would you say that there's nuance in this series? Maybe it is. Huh. I guess we'll see. So, and and that's what marriage is supposed to be, becoming one flesh and all. Yeah, and I feel if one of the two were to do something stupid without the other, let's say as an example, one person is asleep.
Yes.
Who knows? Maybe one person's just sleeping, and the other one is like trying to kill their nephew. It could happen, right? Would never happen, but it could happen. That this would like probably end
crazy.
very
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. And it would kind of go against these two's understanding of what their marriage is and what it's supposed to be. And it's good that we establish it here that they're not like this. So, of course, it's not going to happen in the future.
I mean,
Yeah. And
it's good they have good communication, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the moment that they would stop communicating, you would think probably everything goes to shit. So it's good that we establish that they are not like that. So we know it, things are not going to go to shit. Because why would they suddenly
Exactly.
stop communicating? There's no reason to, right?
Yeah, bingo.
Nice.
And you see, Luke is awake right now, and he hasn't developed narcolepsy.
Yeah, I mean, narcolepsy is very dangerous. You could be, sleeping over the most important occurrences in the galaxy, and you wouldn't want that. So, yeah. And oh yeah, we have a scene where I think it's described as Mara's like force kissing, quote unquote, Luke's force. So like, I guess force kissing is a thing. But to me, that was kind of sweet because it gives him hope again, and he tells her he loves her, and he's kind of in a better mood than he was before. Because of course, all these discussions with Kip and the other Jedi also take a toll on him. He doesn't want to fight within the Order, of course. So that, kind of reinstilled some hope in him. So that was nice. And Luke shares a vision of his that the one to bring an end to all of this won't be him or Kip either, but rather someone younger, and that trying to foresee and have a grip of everything kind of makes him understand how Yoda and Obi-Wan must have felt in the time when he was their only hope. Which
yes,
I like. We don't always need to mention characters that we've seen before, and at this point we haven't heard anything or like any mention of either Obi-Wan or Yoda, I feel like, for a very long time. And I do feel like now there's kind of a grip on how do we mention these characters in a way that makes sense. I think this is a very nice like coming full circle moment for Luke. We're like, oh yeah, so when I was, going off doing reckless shit like attacking Vader in Empire Strikes Back, they probably had the kinds of worries that I'm having right now. And probably even worse because he was literally the only one left, aside from Leia, I guess. Either the only one or one of the two remaining guys. Whereas at least now he has a whole order, but yeah, he kind of gets it now. And I like that. I like that full circle moment.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's a moment of showing that it's not only just the kids that are growing as characters, but Luke himself is going full circle and learning the lessons that his masters learned while teaching him.
Yeah, because the fact that he's like
a very interesting way to show that even at this age, Luke Skywalker can still.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Especially no. Go on. Yeah. But
I was just going to say that it's a very interesting way to show that even at this stage of his life, Luke Skywalker can still grow as a character. He can still realize things, and that he isn't this perfect image of a Jedi that some people seen him to be.
That's true, yeah, because I think this is naturally, I do get the vibe from the book so far that this is naturally going to be the series in which Luke is going to take more and more steps back, like getting out of the spotlight a bit. I mean, he was still out there doing stuff. He was active in the NJO so far, but he's clearly not like the main focus. You have a lot of like what's Jason doing, what's Anakin doing, even just entirely new characters altogether. But that doesn't mean that Luke is like now a static character that can't do anything new anymore. He's just gonna be like wise Jedi Master in the background. No, there's still things for him to learn, and yeah, there's lots of like lessons learned in wisdom that you gain over time, and that was a good example of that. He understands what Obi-Wan and what Yoda must have felt when they were trying to guide him into making the correct decisions. That one sounds like a massive fever dream to read too. Like,
it's gonna be awful.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, man, you're presupposing that I not only managed to read NGO, but also Darkness, The Legacy of the Force, and most of Fate of the Jedi. So you're making a lot of assumptions, but I was happy that you had that vague trust in me.
We will be needing at least 2 streams per Darkness book.
I'm afraid so too. Oh God. But let's not think of sad times right now. Let's go on with Mara. Mara shares a moment with Luke where where the two of them together feel Ben, and how she's afraid that she won't be able to protect him as easily once he's born, because, of course, he's not going to be literally within her. She tells him the Order and him kind of function the same. He's afraid that he can protect the Order anymore. And it's awesome and absolutely correct for both of them and good for them to have these kinds of worries. The Solo kids then come to Luke to speak about the possible danger on Yavin 4, which he thankfully thought about already. His idea is to evacuate the place and send the students away with Booster Terrik, since bringing them to another planet will obviously not solve the problem. They're just going to attack that planet instead. I do have a hard time believing that the Peace Brigade has no clue where Yavin 4 is, like Luke believes it to be the case, because, I mean, the Peace Brigade were present in the galaxy before the invasion, so they naturally know where Yavin 4 is supposed to be. Yeah, so at least Jason, he points out that the Praxium isn't the best kept secret in the galaxy, which it isn't. So it's good that that's acknowledged, I guess. Like, yeah, we kind of told everybody where we are, so that's kind of biting us in the ass now. But oh well, what can you do? And the kids want to go immediately, and Luke, of course, doesn't want them to, since he has a feeling that whoever enters the system without full troop strength will not be able to leave again. Which I guess now, it wasn't completely true, but it was kind of prophetic about what was going to happen throughout this book. He doesn't tell them that, though, and Mara believes that maybe he should have told them, to which he says they absolutely would have gone still if he said that. So he kind of knows, like, if he does anything short of forcing them to stay, like not giving them any out, they are going to go. And yeah, they're especially going to go if he tells them that it's too dangerous to do, because, well, they also know that Tahiri is still on the planet, right? Of course, they don't want to accept that fact and leave Tahiri behind. So yeah. Anakin, who in this conversation only said, quote, "I guess there isn't much to say anyway," is there. And he's now
chapter. Sorry,
we're at the end of chapter 2.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I missed nothing. Awesome.
I would like to remind you, we are just getting into chapter 3, and you want to be done in an hour.
We'll
That's fine.
see. I can be pretty quick about those if I have a desire to, which we'll see.
There is a very ironic line in this chapter that would just be so funny when you read Star by Star.
Oh God!
In which he says, Luke says to the Solo kids, "It's too dangerous for you to go off alone. Your parents would never forgive me if I sent you into that with them away." Luke.
Oh,
Luke, my boy.
I meant to
yeah,
I forgot.
You might have forgot that, but who knows? Yeah.
Well,
for now, all is fine. And Anakin says, Anakin just recognizes that there isn't really much to say because they know how Luke's going to feel about this. And he is flying to Yavin 4 alone, believing that the adults don't see him for who he is. And yeah, so we'll just wait and see how that turns out. Chapter 3. Oh yeah, there's a mention of Kip Durham pulling the Sun Crusher out of a gas giant. That did indeed happen a long time ago.
I was there.
Yeah, there was a time where Kip Durham managed to do that. What a bizarre idea it was to write something like this. By the way, I'm never gonna get over that. That's so fucking stupid.
What?
And
What
yeah,
happened again?
Anakin. Sorry, what?
How was it again? It's like they were at Yavin 4 and
Yeah,
look.
they put the Sun Crusher inside Yavin
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
like,
some reason.
Yeah.
So no, out of all the planets, Yavin, and then Kip, when he went on his edgy arc, pulls it out of Yavin.
Yeah. Oh god, it has been a while since I read the Academy.
You should reread it.
I mean, presumably you could have like put a nuke inside the ship, and
No, it's
guess-
got quantum armor.
yeah, but like the technology would be broken.
No, that's all quantum.
That's also all okay. It's quantum. Yeah, I mean, what was I thinking? It's quantum. So
Yeah, that's Apocalypse, and it's bad action.
okay. What's street projector? I mean, given my track record, I wouldn't necessarily think that that's out of the scope.
But it'll be so funny that stream. You gotta.
No, Sivat. I would rather do darkness streams. Thank you.
You probably wouldn't, honestly.
You think so? Yeah, maybe. He's going to.
Damn, that's
I think
crazy.
I would have remembered that.
No takesies backsies.
Yeah, of course. Fuck off. So yeah. Anyway, going back to chapter 3. Yeah, Anakin briefly feels Tahiri in the Force, and she's kind of like, she feels like she's talking nonstop in the Force, and that she's happy to feel him in the Force. That was very sweet. These two have had the let's say less broken and depressing like sort of romantic interactions given all like characters that exist. So it's
And
nice
you're the
that-
younger ones.
and they're the
Yes.
younger ones in the children's book. Man,
I think the problem is that unlike Jason and Jaina, who kind of have their best romantic interests start in this series, Anakin and Tahiri kind of have that going on ever since Junior Jedi Knights.
Fury was actually a good character. That's the difference.
oh yeah, true. Yeah.
Exactly, because then you have the 6 junior. It's 6, right? 6 Junior Jedi Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have the 6 Junior Jedi Knights novels before these ones, so it feels supernatural. While Jason and Jaina kind of have nothing going on from the whole of Young Jedi Knights. I mean, maybe Zach.
What do you mean? Tenel is the love of his life.
Zach, bro.
Yes, of course. Tenel Ka and the drug addict, I suppose.
Yeah.
The bouquet
But then-
eater.
Yeah.
But then the authors decide Stackpole. But then Salvatore introduces Danny for Jason in Vector Prime, and Stackpole introduces Jag for Jaina in Dark Tide, and so they kind of have to develop their relationships on the side during the series, while Anakin and Tahiri just kind of have something already. So
Yeah.
it's probably the best relationship overall.
Because there is a whole like dynamic and actual good history to
Yes.
fall back on and to kind of base your further interactions.
But even
on.
then, like, all you need is these 2 books, Conquest and Rebirth.
Indeed. Yes.
Everything you
yes.
need is right here.
I fully believe that. Yeah, but
I-
there is a sense of completion that people believe there's in the EU, but there really isn't. There is in this case with Junior Jedi Knights, where like you see a natural transition from how they interact in that series to how they interact in this book, and you know how it then ends.
And
with
that
the-
eventually leads to Tahiri fucking his brother and raping his cousin.
I mean, doesn't
that's a
that
natural
happen to
conclusion, really.
everybody?
Yeah. Like,
It is natural, of course. But yes, I agree with Pico. As someone who didn't read Junior Jedi Knights, those two they worked very well on these 2 books alone.
all you need to know is that they were friends
because
before.
Greg Keyes is yes,
Yeah.
they kind of grew up together for a while. They had something, and it's because Tahiri, it feels like she's sure about what she feels for Anakin, while Anakin, being a boy, is clueless. So it kind of has that cute relationship going on. So
Yeah.
it's Greg Keys. Come on, he's just that good.
Yeah, it's the sort of relationship dynamic that kind of everybody can get when they remember, like, oh yeah, I had this childhood crush and I didn't realize it at the moment, maybe, or whatever. It's a very cute, like, it's weirdly innocent for how some of the romances turn out in this
Yes.
franchise, I guess.
It is
So,
written more maturely than the romances between grown-up characters.
Yep.
yes,
Yes.
like
Now,
most
it's
of them.
written better and more maturely than Han and Leia is in most books,
Yes,
Oh yeah.
I definitely agree with that. That's an easy yes.
and it's depressing. But
It's really fucking depressing.
To be fair, you can say that pretty much about anything in this series. It's written more maturely than whatever part of the EU was before and after.
Yeah. Nope, that's definitely true, yeah. Which is equally depressing still, but hey, it
we
gave
got
us
this.
another
We
series,
got
so-
this. Just
we
take
got
the win.
It's almost
let it be.
crazy. I think Dan will kind of get whiplash by Han and Leia being a good couple in the later books.
Yeah, I have very different different experiences to how Han and Leia like turn out. I mean, hey, at least Leia had time to learn Salonian instead of becoming a useful Jedi. So good
Or
for
a
her.
mother.
Or a mother, or a useful mother. Yeah. So let's go on. Yeah. So, oh yeah, as I said, that interaction was sweet, and I see a lot of potential for the mid to long term here. So good for Anakin and
course.
Tahiri.
Yes.
Yeah, Anakin also fields a friend from Yavin 8, which was very cool because that was also a Junior Jedi Knights characters that get some good mentions
Yeah,
here.
that's Sana.
Yeah, don't
I'm
get
sure
used to
Anakin-
her being.
No, it's Sana. It's Sana. It's fine.
I'm sure Anakin will have a nice generation of friends to build from the future Praxium with even further, and none of them will get anything happen to them. Not
Definitely.
even in an offline. No. They're gonna
She's
be fine.
fine. She's fine. Isn't it great that this is the last time she's mentioned in the series?
I mean, why not? It
Sana?
means she can't be killed. So
Sana shows up later.
Don't mention that.
You're thinking of the other one. You're thinking of the other one.
No,
Yeah.
both. Don't you
No,
remember? Both.
No,
I know about one.
Because
I know about one. The mermaid thingy one or whatever that was.
Yeah, well, Sana's a mermaid person as well. But
Oh yeah, okay.
no, she shows up in Unifying Force.
Oh.
Oh,
And
am
then
I
never again.
confusing it then?
Yeah, you are. You're thinking of Lyric.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the one I thought of. I heard about Lyric.
Yeah. Rip.
We're not there yet, so let's pretend everything is nice.
Yeah, Sana gets a good ending. She shows up in Unifying Force and never again.
It's great.
So.
The character I don't even remember existed gets a happy ending, and the one character who was important is just thrown in the trash. Nice.
That's nice.
To be fair,
The way of the
Pico.
Jedi.
To be fair, Pico, no character can appear after the Unifying Force because the Unifying Force was the last novel. in the EU.
There's nothing
Yeah,
after the Unifying Force.
Well, there's the Legacy comics, but that is a big time skip.
I guess so.
100 years where nothing happens.
Yeah, strange how that's the thing. Going to other not so nice things. The Peace Brigade, they are indeed here. Imagine Luke was a competent leader. We wouldn't have been. I mean, we wouldn't have been at this point like a dozen books ago. So, I mean, at this point, it's too late. But yeah, so they're there, and that's not going to be nice. Anakin, he reunites with both Calm and Tahiri, who evidently missed him and is hurt about the fact that he didn't visit her, which, yeah, you probably would. He suddenly notices that she looks different and feels awkward around her, which, yeah, I guess, if you hadn't figured it out, he maybe has a crush on her. Who knows? And yeah, I love that, in a hopeful franchise like Star Wars, stuff like this will always get the opportunity to like develop for a long time. I mean, Anakin and Tahiri, there's like real legs to this whole thing. So good for Anakin again. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. It's all gonna be nice and dandy. The Jedi don't seem to know that the Vong have a bounty on all of their heads, and that's kind of bizarre. Unless I missed some mention of
They don't have
that.
phones here.
Where again, maybe that's like a cheeky little mention of the fact that Yavin 4 has no phones, so there's no way of them to actually know.
They are completely cut off from the outside world.
I mean, presumably they don't even know that the New Republic and the Empire are like at peace. So, like, wait, what?
And Anakin comes to warn them, the Yuuzhan Vong and the Peace Brigade are on the way, and they're like, "What are Yuuzhan Vong?"
Yeah.
Is that like
Is that like Pelion again?
Is it like Brakis? Is it him? Oh man.
Did
Yeah.
Brakis survive?
Brakis is back.
Somehow Brakis returned. Is it a diversity alliance?
Like they're gonna release Palpatine's super secret poison gas to gas all the Vong and then the Jedi. Nice.
Imagine it would have been funny if Anakin just arrived at Yavin 4 and every character was written like it was written by Kevin J. Anderson. They were acting like 7 characters because they were isolated.
Yeah, they don't even know that Anakin like exists and survives. It's just like, wait, what? Who are you? Oh, you're Anakin. Okay, good to know.
Wait, is it only Cam and Tion?
Yeah, it's only Cam,
over-
Tion, and Ikrit right now because Streen went off with Peckham on a supply run, but
Okay.
they're kind of cut off now. They went to Corellia.
What's with the Dathomirian chick? What's her face?
Kirana T?
Kirana T, yes.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
her
I guess
deal?
she's busy.
She's busy. Yeah.
She's off doing Karanati stuff.
I mean, it is established that Cam and his wife are just relegated to watch over the Jedi children, which is. I mean, it can make sense if you consider Cam is canonically over 60 years old.
Yeah, he's an old man, and like they both have.
And
a lot
his
of
wife
knowledge
is a
of the Jedi.
hippie,
I think it
so-
makes sense for them to be the teachers.
Yeah. No, that
It's just
I perfectly.
Cam should have been a
understand.
teacher way earlier.
Yes, he should have been in the JAT already, but
Should have been like the number 2 Jedi there.
Yep, second in command, right-hand man. But oh well, here we are.
You're asking too much from Kevin, Dan.
It's true. He couldn't possibly cooperate with his buddy on the series that he was writing. So, Anakin's plan is to send the kids to Master Ikrit's cave while he is going to stay behind and he's going to pretend that the Praxium is being defended, which of course you have to do because there's no way to actually defend the Praxium, as we know. And then he's going to disappear with his X-Wing since he's the best pilot until Talon Card arrives, who's going to help them as well. Cam and Tion are not happy with the plan, but
I really like Cam's reaction here because he's like, it's a great plan, but one change, I'm going to be the one doing it because he doesn't want the kids to get hurt, obviously.
Yeah, he's like a protector. It's very sweet.
Imagine an adult character being responsible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It can happen at times if you
Maybe he
really
also
want
just wants to do it because he never gets anything to do.
That's true, yeah.
He wants his one moment.
I mean, the only thing we know canonically that he's doing throughout the entire expanded universe is fucking Tion, which I mean, I respect.
You know what? That's a
Who's
W.
40 years
That's
younger than him.
totally okay. Like, if that's all you're actually doing in the Star Wars universe, that's perfectly fine. So
to be fair, Noah, Ken is the guy who just switched sides after losing a chess game. I don't think he cares much about action.
True.
That is fair. Oh man, but yeah. So Cam and Tion are both not happy with the plan, but they recognize that it's the best plan for now, and they don't have any more time. Tahiri is hurt that he seems to think of her as a kid since Anakin doesn't want to have her with him. But he still kind of blames himself for Chewie's death, and he just doesn't want her to die either, which is all perfectly understandable. So chapter 4. Ikrit and Anakin are having a moment where Ikrit warns him about the anger that he has in him. And the
So
guilt.
there's actually an Anakin quote here I wrote down, and I want none of you to like say any comments of it. I'm gonna say it, the quote, and we're gonna move on. Okay.
Okay.
So
All right, fine.
so I used to dream every night that I would turn to the dark side, become my name, what my grandfather became. Now that seems silly. The Force doesn't make a person good or evil. It's a tool like a lightsaber.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Moving on. Yeah. Ikrit warns Anakin about the anger that he has in him, which, by the way, is not arrogant to point out. That's like a perfectly reasonable thing to say. And the guilt that he feels from, quote, letting others die. Anakin says that the Vong do indeed make him angry, since they just destroy and kill what and who he loves. Ikrit disagrees and says that his own perceived guilt is what's making him angry. It seems that in some way, Ikrit knows that his own life is now slowly ending. At least I kind of got the feeling from the way that he points out that he's a century old already, and that besides the Massassi children, watching something new being born with Anakin and Tahiri is like really nice. And yeah, it's clear that the two of them are meant to achieve greatness over decades to come. So it's good that Ikrit sees that too, because of course he would know. And yeah, Anakin prepared shields and fake signals that show people apparently walking all over the temple as, defense. All of that is fake, of course. The Peace Brigade act on orders of a so-called Council of 12. I called it a Weimar institution, which I assume it is. So I guess that's the leadership body of the Peace Brigade. And they obviously believe all the stuff that's being said about the Jedi, about them being power hungry and provoking the Vong. I am indeed very happy as soon as they die, so that there's to that. Anakin is surprised to see that Tahiri, Valen, and Senna have indeed managed to stay behind, contrary to what he wanted, and is worried since his X-Wing obviously doesn't have space for all of them. He runs with both lightsaber and blaster in hand, which is kind of neat. They fight their way out, with Tahiri helping Anakin while sending Valen and Senna towards Ikrit so they can be protected. Their plan is to find a Peace Brigade ship and use that one to escape. And yeah, I also love the scene where Anakin, with Tahiri by his side, says that he made a point to spare his enemies, but that will change with the next person to shoot at him, because yeah, at this point he's really fucking pissed off, and who can fault him for that?
It's Rambo mode time.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you just need to be in Rambo mode to do what has to be done.
He will be on Rambo mode the whole novel.
Yeah, and that's very badass. Chapter 5. Tahiri, in a peaceful moment, confronts Anakin about treating her like a child, accusing him of believing that she almost screwed up their escape. They also had a moment where they seemed to be one in the Force, just like Luke and Mara kind of do on occasion. But Anakin was not on the same page as Tahiri, therefore almost missing the moment to do it. Anakin was confused about the whole ordeal, believing that Tahiri was actually the one who didn't cooperate with him. So it kind of just tells you, like, at this moment they are just not on the same page. They have kind of different ideas about what their like role in this whole thing is. Anakin obviously doesn't want her here. Tahiri wants to help and not be treated like a child. Their entire conversation and Anakin's lack of communication with her about the recent events or really anything else make her cry and ask him what he even is. I really like that like the kind of question, because yeah, if you compare him to his Junior Jedi Knight self, he's clearly jumped way ahead of who he used to be. Like, he's very much different. And I mean, Tahiri wasn't present when Chewie died, and she missed like a lot of guilt, a lot of character development that Anakin had to go throughout the books, and now she meets this sort of new version of
He
Anakin.
kind of lost his father for a while too.
Yeah, true, and he lost the safety of feeling the feeling of safety of being with Luke, because now Luke also shows that he is not, he can be hopeless too, and so that is lost in him, and all of that also shapes how he's going to treat the world and how he's going to act. And Tahiri wasn't there for all of this, and now she's confronted with this kind of new version of Anakin. Yeah. And he then holds her hand, and they just have a little peaceful moment where she falls asleep, like leaning against him. And it's when he realizes that the way that he's been feeling, he did for quite a while now. And while it's true that they were best friends when they were kids, they really aren't kids anymore, which is a really sweet moment for Anakin, and obviously tells you that. And you can kind of tell with Tahiri, but now you can tell with Anakin too that he definitely feels more for her than just being a friend. They wait for the night, and then they abduct a Peace Brigade pilot to take him into the cockpit of his ship and fly away. It's smart that they restrain him and take him with them. After they asked him if anything would happen if they try to start the ship, because he then says they would get electrocuted if they didn't enter a specific code first. So, the Peace Brigade is being smart by not just letting every ship be able to be stolen and flown away. There's less.
Imagine that.
Yeah, there's less hurdles if you want to steal a ship in the Star Wars universe than you would have if you want to steal a car in the real world. And I feel like that's not how it's supposed to be. But
I mean, imagine if Mara put that system in the Jedi Academy when Kip stole her ship.
Man, the time
she didn't leave the keys in the ignition. Yeah,
everything would have been so different. That's crazy. But yeah, it's not only is the Peace Brigade smart enough to think of that, but also Anakin and Tahiri are smart enough to ask about something like this before they just start pressing buttons on the ship. So yeah, and also when he asked whether he had handcuffs and the pilot just said maybe, Anakin just said that he could also just cut off his arms if he doesn't want to be restrained, which would be easier for him to do. So yeah, of course he relents then. That was a really badass moment too. Anakin tells him who they are, that they will know if he tries to lie, and they will know if he tries to hide something. So it's just going to be a matter of how much they need to persuade him, essentially. The pilot then says that the others were right about the, quote, so-called ideals of the Jedi, to which Anakin counters that he's literally trying to abduct children to sacrifice them to the Vong, and should shut the garbage disposal that he has in his face, which is very fantastic. And yeah, the kind of obvious truth that a character like this pilot would need to hear, you're kind of trying to kill a bunch of children for your own feeling of safety. So
the guy just calls out the Jedi, and Anakin has to point out he's trafficking humans.
Yeah, it's you're literally trafficking preteens to be killed. So
you have no moral high ground on this.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay, maybe the Jedi aren't perfect, but you're literally a fucking evil monster, so you have nothing to tell me. Noah, are you typing the Attack of Steiner, or what kind of keyboard do you have? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, I was just wondering. It sounds. I love mechanical keyboards. I have one as well, but it sounded very, very mechanical, so I had to ask.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't worry. It was just curious. Yeah, exactly. So that's that. Chapter 6. Talon and Shada now arrive at Yavin 4, and they're registering that a fight's going on. They assume, of course, that Khan Solyusa is still on Yavin, and that the Peace Brigade haven't caught anyone yet. He contacts the Peace Brigade, offering help with localizing the Jedi and protecting them, in exchange for their captain recommending Talon to the Vong, and the Vong allowing him to fly through their future territory, which is, of course, interesting. I mean, we know that Talon is not going to be a traitor or anything, but it's an interesting attempt to try and seem like a sensible guy who is there for a very specific reason that people could understand. Like, okay, he wants to pilot his ship through any future Vong territory, which means that he's kind of willing to sell out the Jedi. Like, everybody sort of gets that, or everybody knows that he has good relations to the Jedi. So yeah, he's making a supposed offer that makes it very believable that he would actually want this, and so they would even humor like the idea.
We need
kind of a
a
way to
challenge
show-
card with Tarek buddy cop novel.
Yeah, so sad. It would have been so fucking funny.
It's also kind of a way to show that some people that participate on the Peace Brigade aren't necessarily just flat out evil, like the pilot guy. They are
Yeah.
just, being bought off by the offers, the false sense of security that the Peace Brigade
Yeah.
is offering.
I mean, yeah, lots of them are mercenaries, just fighting for whoever pays the highest bill. Some of them really think everything is hopeless, and they need to do this if they want to even have a slight chance of ever seeing the light of day again. It's understandable why some people would follow that. Of course, you're gonna have then like the really evil guys who like really feel what they're doing on like an ideological standpoint, I guess. But yeah, lots of them are just gonna be relatively normal guys who are without hope, and that makes sense.
Yeah, most of them will get fucked around the time of Destiny's Way, so it will also be fun.
Yeah, I hoped so. I mean, that's still good. So chapter 7. So as the kids and Ikrit are fighting in the ship that they took, Ikrit moves outside on his own and dies trying to defend them while doing some very impressive feats with the Force. Tahiri jumps out to get him, but as Anakin tries to get to her, managing to fight multiple enemies at once, he realizes that he can't win this fight and has to make the very depressing decision to leave, ramming another ship and causing it to crash into the temple. He thinks about Chewie and how he's doing just the same to Tahiri as he did to Chewie back then, and makes the vow to return to her. We also see how Calm and Tion are reacting to Ikrit's death, and even some kids who are very strong in the Force start to cry immediately without really realizing why, which is a very nice representation of talented children who haven't really fostered their talent in the Force yet, so they get the emotional part without really logically understanding what's happening to them. And Calm notices that while he protects himself from such pain, it always very deeply wounds Tion, and because that's just kind of how Tion works. And yeah, he says that eventually these wounds for her will heal and they will be turned into a song, which I mean, yeah, that's kind of Tion's thing. And this is why Calm says that ultimately she is actually stronger than him, and he knows better than others who think that she's weak. Not because, of course, he would defeat her in a battle, but that's not the point. It's she's facing the emotional trauma of death and all of that head on, whereas he
kind of buries it and just moves on.
Buries it. Yeah, he protects his heart from it, and while it's useful, it's also, of course, kind of considered to be cowardish because it's or cowardly because you're burying your emotions that are very natural.
The series just has such a good representation of couples. It's amazing, really. After having to read it must have been special to you then, because after reading so much slop with Benton, to have normal couples loving each other.
Yeah, it's characters love each other. They say things that make sense. They come to conclusions that are logical and established in the universe. It's such a contrast to the Bantam era. So much of the Bantam era is really all right, people are gonna buy this shit because it says Star Wars on the cover, and we can kind of tell. So
it's about fun.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was quite the whiplash to read this series so far in a positive way, of course, where I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that that Star Wars books can be like this. I mean, I knew right in the beginning when I read like Plagueis and Thrawn trilogy, Kenobi, Han Solo trilogy, but yeah, over the years, we've buried that in a lot of very, very different books. So it's good that we're back here again. Yeah.
Yeah, about the EU, I see the EU as less of a one continuity where you have to follow everything, and more like a market where hey, this book is good, let me take it here.
Yeah.
Just ignore the shitty stuff because I don't think it's worth it.
No, like for the off chance that you're gonna enjoy some of these books, or like at least delude yourself into believing that you enjoy them, I don't think it's worth the risk, like reading dozens of fucking boring garbage books that are just not going anywhere. Like lots of them are gonna be mentioned once, like one character is mentioned again. That's it.
Even this book, like in chapter 1, there's a great line from Kip where he tries to appeal to Luke, like they're still on the same side, and he mentions that they both had issues with the dark side. And you don't need to read Jedi Academy trilogy to understand. Oh, this Kip guy once had problems with the dark side in the past. It doesn't actually matter why.
Anybody,
in some cases, sorry.
No, you go first. Don't worry.
I would argue, Pico, that in some cases it's even better not to read some of these books.
Yeah.
Like with Gip. I thought Gip was an amazing character the first time I was reading those books because when I came to Jedi Academy, when I eventually read Jedi Academy, which was when I arrived at these books, Kip was pretty much just a very solid Jedi character for me. And, then I read JAT and I was like, oh.
Yeah, that speaks 1,000 words. Yeah. Yeah, we all had that moment with Kip Doran. And no, yeah, with some of these characters and these books, you are definitely better served if you don't know anything about these characters. I mean, I don't know how exactly Tenel Ka is going to look like in this series, for instance, but I figure if I don't know how exactly she became a cripple, I'm going to be much more endeared by her than pretending to like what came before. So, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's better for your for your mind to not read the bullshit. That's definitely true.
That's another thing that Star by Star does. That is one of the feel-good things about Star by Star. It's that Tenel Ka gets sad that Jason just. I don't remember if it is in Star by Star or Dark Journey. Maybe Pico remembers, where Tenel Ka is sad that Jason isn't paying much attention to her.
I think it's Star by Star, but I could be wrong.
That one of the few sad Denny moments. Sorry, Tenel Ka. Jason finally found his blonde girl.
Yeah. Who is like
out with the redheads, in with the blondes.
Yeah, who's not totally delusional.
And she has 2 arms.
She has 2 arms, yeah. She doesn't. She probably would get a replacement for an arm if she were to lose one. Or if she didn't, she had a better reason then. I don't wanna.
So, I don't wanna.
But I don't wanna. Oh God, yeah. But yeah, there was like in this chapter, we had a very great like duality of death shown. You have Ikrit's death, which is like very sad and may doom Tahiri right now, like as a consequence as well. But you also have the destruction of the Praxium, the symbol of the delusional Jedi Academy trilogy order, which is now cleansed from this place as well. So that's like a positive representation of death, right? At least the death of a place.
It's also worth mentioning, like, it's only chapter 7, and Ikrit has like died and still made an intense presence on the plot, and you understand everything you need to know about him just from like the 3 chapters he's been in.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just returned.
Exactly.
So the temple is destroyed, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's nice.
And then
this is also nice symbolism. how New Jedi Order is destroying all the bad shit that came before.
Exactly.
I do at times get the sense that this is what's happening, so I very much agree.
It's a cleansing.
It is a
Yeah.
I mean, you guys know I have seen people who claim like, oh, I don't like New Jedi Order because it really destroys everything the New
Yeah.
Republic era built.
Yeah, that's precisely why I like it. So duality of
It's-
man.
I was gonna mention what Pico said. Ygritte dies in chapter 7, but his presence is just so good. I admit, before I read Conquest, that I saw the rabbit Jedi.
Yeah, the stupid rabbit bunny
And-
on the cover, and you're like, oh, bro, what's that doing there?
What I thought, what is this stupid shit? But I admit, I grew fond of Ygritte as a character when I was reading it, and I really felt sad when he died.
Yeah.
So that's another great work by Greg Keyes. He makes these characters so lovable to follow on their journey.
Yeah, especially how many emotional moments he's giving them. I mean, as you guys said, it's only chapter 7 now, but like we're still not even there at like one of the most emotional moments. Like there's still so many more to come in this book. It's
Yes.
crazy, like how little work is done, like page-wise, to deliver so many like emotional blows, positive as well as negative, to you. So yeah, just speaks for Greg Key's skill. So chapter 8. So yeah, Card pretends that he's cooperating with the Peace Brigade, of course. He's having his, oh God, I hate pronouncing them, Vornsks, like his little, like Sturm und Drang, his little predators, with him, and he supposedly is having a Salamiri in a covered cage. He at least says he does, which he actually doesn't. But the Peace Brigade follows them for it, because of course they know that Salamiri are the best way to deal with the Jedi. Eventually he does turn on them and gets help by Tion and a very pissed off Kam Solyusa, which I understand as well. Cart also mentions how he himself gets old, and yeah, it's like a very slow passing of the torch for the new generation from really every kind of older generation character. I mean, sure, Taloncar is just a side character, but even still, like you get the progression of time, and like his time to be an active part in any story really is also slowly coming to an end, and presumably that's going to happen with like a lot of characters too, like probably Booster as well at some point. And
Don't. Yeah.
I'm so glad that they will follow through with that, and that NJO as the last EU stories
Yeah.
just passing
I mean,
the
the one-
torch,
The one thing I will say, they never really used Card ever again in the Denningverse.
That's a win. That's a W.
Yeah.
He shows up. He's mentioned in one line in Fate of the Jedi, where he's just, wishing Luke like goodbye when he's exiled for being a dumbass.
I mean, that is going to be the actual thing that happens. He's just going to be dumb, and it's going to get him exiled. Oh man, these books existing is again a fever dream to me. But oh well. Yeah, I see. By the way, like in the Discord where I put the chapter review, and Seva just replied, and that'll continue for the rest of the EU. Yeah, it's very good. So yeah, he gets saved by his crew, and he uses torpedoes as a distraction since they get caught in a tractor beam along with them. So the enemies need to either disable the tractor beam or risk all the torpedoes being pulled towards it. And yeah, otherwise there's really not a lot to say here. It was nice that Cart got to save the kids here along with Kam and Tion, at least most of the kids. So chapter, now I have to scroll a lot, which already signalizes my mental breakdown about Star Wars. Here it is, chapter
Just use
9.
the search bar.
Yeah, for now I'm still reading, but it takes a bit.
Dan's
Chapter
slowly
9.
losing his mind.
Yeah. So Anakin, he is pretty much continuously awesome in this. He is making the captured Peace Brigade pilot, who's called Ven, help them, and he's using the Force once he has them captured. Anakin is evidently not up for any BS by anybody anymore, and it's pretty neat because, yeah, characters having to put up with BS is sometimes necessary, and then it feels very rewarding when they don't have to anymore. Yeah, as I said, Tahiri is obviously captured now. Yeah, exactly. At this point, I wasn't exactly sure what's going to happen to Tahiri, so I presumed that this might be the actual last interaction that Tahiri and Anakin had.
That would have been depressing.
Yeah, so I was like, if this happens, I'm going to be very pissed. Sadly, no, not sadly, very much happily so, I can say it wasn't their last interaction, so that's good. After they've defeated the 3 ships which were following them and somewhat like crash land on Yavin again, Anakin basically blames Senna for what happened, saying they should have went with Comm and Tion and thought all of this was just kind of a game, which, I mean, yeah, it's maybe harsh to lash out at a child like that, but it is not child's play. It's like a very serious war and conflict, and Anakin being so, again, angry, not only with the others, but also with himself, that what he thinks he was responsible for in regards to Chewie now is happening again with Tahiri. It makes sense that he's going to have an outburst like this. And yeah, while Anakin kind of actually feels satisfaction when she starts crying, since he actually does blame her, he also takes a moment to like calm down, saying that he is sorry and that the Peace Brigade and the Vong are obviously at fault there, and they just wanted to help. Which again, I guess, is also kind of interesting to think about, considering what feelings he had in regards to Chewie's death. That now you can actually see that, there is a good argument to be made that without Senna and Valen being there and like them needing more protection, they could have made it all out alive. But he also recognizes, I guess I would say at least, that he recognizes that it's kind of similar to what he told himself about Chewie, and that maybe it's not the best thing to tell that.
It's also kind of like a smaller version of him coming to Yavin in the first place.
Yeah.
They just wanted to help him, whereas he just wanted to help everyone there.
Yeah, exactly. And you perfectly understand where both of them are coming from. Again, that's the nuance of this series so far, where 2 things can be true at once. And yeah, so he also threatens Van to make him talk in case that he doesn't share the info that he has of the Peace Brigade. And what I really like here is Anakin actually having an obviously different personality, since the story keeps kind of progressing against him. Like everything's just kind of working not in his favor. And really that's all you need to make us see the stakes sometimes. You have characters actually acknowledge what happens around them and let them behave accordingly. And yeah, the plan is to try and repair the ship with the scraps from the 3 enemy ships that they've downed, and basically just hope for their help coming to save them. Yeah, chapter 10. So yeah, Talon Card's fleet is arriving shortly, which means that now he's in a better position to negotiate, which he obviously wasn't before. Funny how this guy called Imzatat, who was the captain of the Peace Brigade, calls Talon Card a fool, to which he counters that what that makes him. Like, if Talon Card's a fool, what are you if you're the leader of a Peace Brigade like squadron? Yeah, that makes it kind of stupid. He actually, like, Imzatat is a veteran from Dantooine, so from the fight that we saw before in NGO. He calls for Talon to show goodwill to the Wong, so he will be in a better position once they win. He seems to actually believe the Jedi started the war. Talon just sort of laughs about it, asking why he would show goodwill to the people who spread over half the galaxy in an unprovoked jihad, which is kind of true. Yeah, they don't sound like the kind of friends you want to have. Calm is there with him to check via the Force if the kids are on their ships, and since they don't seem to be, Talon threatens to shoot them if they don't let their ships be looked through. Imzatat says he only does what he believes is best for the galaxy, and Talon says he heard that and believed his best purpose for the galaxy is to become star fodder, which, yeah, I think that's the
Talon
best.
card's so cool.
He's such a nice character. It's like whenever he's there, it's like, oh, nice. I'm about to read some good Star Wars, because otherwise he just doesn't appear at all, which is good. Ugh, yeah. Yeah, no, and as a Peace Brigade captain, your best purpose for the galaxy is to become Starfighter. That's definitely true. And yeah, Luke seems to have plans what to do after the Jedi arrive in Coruscant, which means he himself seems to have fully acknowledged that it's not a safe place anymore and must be abandoned, which is pretty nice and makes sense. And yeah, now the Vong arrives. So Talon sends Shader away with the kids to get some help for them. Shader, of course, doesn't want to leave him, but ultimately follows his command. So, chapter 11. Valen and Anakin have a little talk. It's interesting that Anakin calls Valen a child, which he, of course, doesn't like, and realizes that he sees the same face that Mara, Luke, and Cam, and all the others see on him when they talk to him. Even Anakin already feels like he's kind of an older generation here, because you have an even younger generation, coming up now with, let's say, for instance, Valen. And yeah, I was like, oh yeah, can't wait to see the great deeds of Valen Horn in the future, because of course it's going to be important, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
he's going to be the big hero.
Ben needs friends, right?
Ben needs friends.
I mean, he's only the son of a great Jedi and X-Wing hero, and he's only the grandson of one of the greatest criminals of all time, but that's not gonna mean anything, so who cares, I guess. Yeah.
Well, he will get crazy. I know that.
I was crazy once.
I knew you were gonna say that. He indeed was crazy once, and I was too, which is when I stopped reading this book. Yeah. So they have a talk about what the Vong even want from them, and how Elegos and the Peace Brigade went about their beliefs. Elegos tried valiantly, but was essentially incorrect, and therefore paid with his own life. While the Peace Brigade, of course, much worse, since they are cowards, not sacrificing their own lives, but those of others, in the hopes of making the Vong eventually stop. And when asking him why they didn't go with Carmen Tion, Valen answers that they wanted to be like him, and he'd never run from a fight. It's when Anakin realizes that his blaming of Senna was kind of a lie, and it once again was all his mess. But he made sure to promise that somehow he would solve it. Valen then attacks Vane, who, being annoyed by his insults, by sending worms all over his body, which is pretty funny. I kind of forgot he was able to do that, yeah. But he did that with... Who was it? With Ganna, he did that before, right? I think it was with Ganna.
Yes.
I think there was a scene where Ganna talked badly about Corrin in front of Valen, and I think he did something similar.
Yeah, he was making fun of Corran Horn for being weak on the Force. And I think it was right after the scene where Valen moves the rock using ants. And, it has that moment where he uses the ants to now bite Garner.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. That was pretty funny, yeah.
Another good scene.
Yeah, I agree. Anakin chastises him for doing so, and he also chastises Senna for laughing, which is just kind of heartwarming, considering what has happened very much before that is pretty depressing. He says that you must use the Force to defend yourself, or Force at all to defend yourselves, and sometimes that means to attack, which is obviously true. We can understand that. And if he could find out where Tahiri was by pressing it out of Vane's brain, he would, which but torturing just to torture people is simply wrong, of course. So yeah, all of that makes sense. I mean, you can perfectly understand why Anakin is having the emotional turmoil that he has right now. So, yeah. And I like this whole dynamic of their group. And I think, when they save Tahiri eventually, this could develop into like a really cool newer generation that Jason and Jaina could guide even further. And we can have so many cool stories about that. And all of them are going to be happy.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're not there yet. Anakin's astromech actually managed to save his X-wing and slowly approaches them. I like that he calls Anakin by his name, since his memory hasn't been deleted in a while, and it causes him to have like some unique aspects to him, kind of like how R2, I guess, has a pretty unique personality. And Anakin attributes his like the possibility for him to even escape to that unique personality that developed. Which, yeah, it's interesting that this was already a thing here, considering the whole, I think, like the whole droids not getting memory wiped and therefore developing a very, very individual personality. I'm not sure where this is from exactly, like where it's appeared for the first time. I know that it kind of happened in, I think, TCW as well, which is all I remember, really.
This is definitely a thing. I just don't remember where it originated from.
Yeah, same.
It might be the Thrawn trilogy with Luke and R2.
It could be, yeah. Could be that it's mentioned there. Probably like during.
I know Luke and R2 is one of the times it's mentioned, but I just don't remember where.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's that it became such a common concept for Star Wars. It's one of those things we take for granted, and we don't know where it started.
True, yeah. It's such a simple explanation that also, I mean, sure, it's difficult to like try and explain it on technical terms because we don't have that kind of thing here, but it's a like perfectly understandable explanation where like, yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense. You know, the longer they're allowed to just move through the world with the same memory and it never gets wiped, they develop experiences that other droids of, let's say, their own line would not have because they don't have memory of all these things happening. So, yeah, to me, it makes perfect sense. That's really cool. Chapter 12. So, Anakin has a really disturbing dream where he sees an adult and insane Tahiri who's clearly mentally scarred by her time with the Vong. She attacks him, calling him the last of his and the last of her kind. The desperation he must have felt, must have been unbearable in that. And I thought, like, yeah, I really can't wait to have Anakin save Tahiri so he can just tell her that it's all gonna be alright. It does eventually happen, so that's cool.
Yeah, we did eat good that day.
Yeah, we did eat good. And yeah, then a guy who's named Coral appears. I have no clue who that is. I feel like I heard the name in like a distant fever dream, but I'm sure that's just.
You also had a very disturbing dream, like Anakin here.
Yeah, exactly. I had a disturbing dream that I read a story where a character named Coral appeared.
Yeah, they're so weird. There was like bouquets and lost ones,
pictures of a destroyed planet, and yeah. Oh well.
That is certainly a book series that could never happen, especially by Kevin J. Anderson, writer of the Dune prequels.
Imagine they eventually make Kevin like write a sequel to Lord of the Rings or something. Like, I kind of want to see what it would look like. I'm kind of like, but oh god, yeah. So, Anakin, he makes Coral a guard then, so that he can fly Senna and Val into safety, while he plans to take a repulsor speeder that he built from parts of an E-wing to the temple to try and save Tahiri. He vows to hunt Vin and make him hope that he's dead if he tries anything strange, which doesn't seem like it'll happen anytime soon. It's really neat. I can dig this sort of locked in Anakin trying to save Tahiri, and it'll be like really satisfying. There was so much more there's so much more to talk about and character development to go through for these two, and they will fit each other really well. That's great. Yeah. Chapter 13, we meet Sark Votu, who is a Yuuzhan Vong. He speaks with Imzatat of the Peace Brigade, and he kind of speaks to him in a way you would imagine someone would speak to a spineless, disloyal traitor. I mean, it's really interesting, actually, that, of course, the Yuuzhan Vong make perfect use of the Peace Brigade, because why wouldn't you? But they clearly have so little respect for them, because, I mean, they are, at least the warrior case, right, who we see mostly here. They probably do, they have their own, like, warriors code, honor code, whatever, and they can recognize that while these Peace Brigade fellas are kind of helpful, yeah,
They are cowards.
they are cowards, and they are, of course, if a Yuuzhan Vong equivalent to the Peace Brigade would exist, they would obviously despise them and try to kill them. Here, they're, I guess, kind of useful, and why wouldn't you use free help? But yeah, they can recognize, like, on a warriors level, you're all a bunch of bitches, essentially. Like,
it's very interesting, because now that you mention it, it kind of shows how the Vong are willing to compromise their own beliefs to some level, where they despise the Peace Brigade for being a bunch of cowards, especially the warrior caste, but they see they are useful, and they will
they'll
kill
just
them.
speed up their own plans. So
exactly.
may as well
Yes.
take them in.
I guess
But-
now looking back at it and remembering this interaction, it's really I love that it is a thing here. It's really a theme of basically this entire book, but showing all the different ways in which a Vong from all different castes too is able to compromise their own beliefs or bend the logic of what their beliefs are obviously supposed to do to get what they actually want. Like, you have the Vong on, like, as a whole, accepting help from the Peace Brigade, who the warriors would definitely have no respect for, and you're gonna have various shades of that sort of thing with Vua and with Mezan Quad later on in the book, and
Yes.
it makes the Vong. I mean, the Vong are kind of fantastical in a way where, like, well, okay, they're just complete genocides. They want to kill everybody, as far as we know, at least. But still, it makes them so much more, like, three-dimensional. Not only that,
Yes.
the castes between each other actually really can hate each other too, and they're not a united front just because they seem to be, when like the galaxy fights against them, and also how this, like, picture perfect in their minds, uh, like, scheme of, like, oh, there's all of our, like, deities, and they want us to do this and that, but yeah, then you see there's going to be heretics who work against that, still trying to, I guess, advance the Vong cause, but in a way that is unacceptable by their standards. And I expect this to, like, increase just all the more throughout the series. Like, let's see all the possibilities where the Vong can sort of not be the standard villain that we see before. Like, are they gonna betray each other, compromise their beliefs, go against what it means to be a Vong? Yeah, this book kind of really started it, I feel like, and it'll be nice to see that evolving further.
Yeah, it started. I would say the start of showing how the Vong work began more or less on Dark Tide with the warrior
Yeah.
cast. How
And
they
you just
work.
get little hints of it here and there, and until finally it shows explicitly right here.
Yes, here right now it's the start of seeing the Vong as a society, as a bigger society, and not just the warrior caste. And it's also the introduction of one of the best and more nuanced. Sorry for the word. More nuanced.
It's a fine word. It has its meaning,
sign-
and that was good.
One of the more nuanced aspects of the Vong society, are castes, which are the Shapers. They are the Shapers and the Shamed Ones, who I think are the best Vong castes to read about. And it's very interesting how the one book who deals with the idea of compromise, be it compromising between two ideas or compromising your own beliefs. This is the book that introduces the two most important castes in the Yuuzhan Vong society.
Yep. And I think, considering how, the little sub story for the Shamed Ones is going to end in this book, I think there's probably, at least I feel like there's the most potential in that case, just simply by the nature of what their place in the broader Yuuzhan Vong society is. Like, they are the outcasts, and I think that's naturally going to make it very interesting, because the Vong sort of universally don't respect them and don't like them for all
I'm
sorts
going
of
to say
reasons.
you're on a very good track with that thought process.
Nice.
Mhm. Yes, actually, the trilogy that people don't like very much deals with that a lot, and it's one of the
okay.
best parts of the Force Heretic trilogy. Everything dealing with the Shamed Ones in those three novels is just amazing.
Yeah, now I'm really excited for it, because I've heard by lots that, like, the Vong, say for like very specific characters, like I guess Nomenor and Savong La, are broadly not that interesting, or that they're like just kind of
I don't get
baddies
that at
to
all.
fight against. And
That opinion makes no sense to me.
especially
Yeah.
from this, I mean, throughout the series so far, like not every book literally, but like every author essentially added a new aspect to the Vong. Like, Ori Salvatore was like the Praetorite Vong, like the harbingers of the Vong invasion. Then you have the
Yes.
warriors, then you have shapers, and all of them, like the priests. And there's just so much, and they're like so. I mean, okay, they operate under a totally different belief system that we can't really, at least for now, we can't really make sense of. But I mean, there's so much stuff going on here, and like the notion that there's gonna be like maybe good Vongs too, like fight the Vongs. I mean, there's so much you can do with it. I don't know. Like, for now, I'm like
Yeah.
really interested in the Vong, because with every single author, there's something new.
Yeah, and there is always at least one interesting Vong per book, one Vong antagonist. Like on Vector Prime, you of course had Nomanor, Yaminkar. In
Yep.
Dark Tide, you had Shadow Shy, and the list goes on. I think Lucino. Did Lucino create horror for Agent of Chaos, Pico?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, that horror will be a very interesting Vong to read about in the future too. So you see,
nice.
Lucino already created a character for Agent of Chaos. Balance Point had the Shad, Zavong La. And now Edge of Victory had some of the best Vong characters with, Vuva Rapong, Mizan Quad. So, I mean, I also disagree with the point that the Vong aren't interesting characters. We have at least one interesting Vong character per book, and also a development of the race as a whole.
Yep, I agree. Like, the Vong society in itself is kind of a character, which maybe sounds strange to say. It's in the same way that, like, you could say the Gotham City is a character, right? There's the individual characters, but there's also the broader society, which is a character in the sense that you know nothing about them yet, and there's a full picture that you're just not getting for now. You kind of
Beginning to
think
piece
you are,
more.
maybe, but yeah.
And I think we can now agree that, I mean, if you think the Vong aren't interesting as a race, I'm really curious what those kind of people think about every other Star Wars race. What the fuck do you think about an Neimoidian?
And yeah, and what exactly is there to be interested in NJO even? I mean, sure, there's like character moments, but all of them are gonna rely on the fact that the Vong exist in the way that they do and do the things that they do. Like, otherwise it wouldn't really hold the same meaning. I would just go out and say. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange to think about, but I think there's sure, like, of course the Vong are now getting more interesting, because they're not just like generic
The
evil
Warriors.
with cool new powers. of course, obviously, that's going to be how it is, because now we get to know what's actually behind that facade, so more or less, and we get to see the nuances of it. Yeah,
You get to see the Vang as a higher faction besides the warriors.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, okay, going on. Yeah, yeah, as I said, so Tsarkvar 2 really has no respect for the likes of Imzatat. He can't explain why Card hasn't actually left the system to Tsarkvar 2, and he immediately receives an amphistaff through his stomach, and then Tsarkvar 2 asks to be brought to Tahiri. I mean, yeah, that's the kind of death you would expect for that kind of character, and it again shows you not only, I mean, he isn't even useful to him in that moment, because the one information that he wants to have produced is not being produced. So it's like, okay, then fuck you. I don't have any actual respect for you, and you're even useless. So fuck off. Yeah. So this seemed like the end of the first act. Yeah, the book was separated.
It literally is the end of the first act.
Yeah, exactly.
Part 2 starts with chapter 14.
Yeah, true. I do like that there's like I mean, there kind of always is somewhat a separation into acts, but I mean, I do like it if there's like an official one. It's I like the
It's important.
Yeah, I think so too. Chapter 14. So Borsk Failure is back. Yeah, every good Star Wars book starts with that phrase I just said. And he is saying that he can't risk any lives for the quote unquote supposed extermination of all Jedi. And he's saying other Weimar shit that will really make me not sad when Borsk is gonna end the way that he's gonna end. He says stuff like, quote, "We knew they would go to Yavin. They promised us to temporarily occupy it for resources. They didn't know about the Praxium. Your interference caused us diplomatic distress." And other very, very, very Borsk failure things. Luke tells him that he will never forget that, which is kind of it doesn't sound like a thing Luke would necessarily be saying, considering he always gives off this facade of like very, forgiving. He's a Jedi.
Sivert's comment there for a sec.
Oh wait, yeah.
No, we're only on chapter 3. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Chapter 2, chapter 3 is just that interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much happening.
So, actually, that is a point that I want you to remember, because not remember. I want you to remember this when you read Star by Star, because you see how awful Borsk Villa is, right?
Yeah.
And some people, I won't say who, think that Fela is a Chad in Star by Star. Which,
I've heard that, yeah.
And I think it's just wild to say that, to believe Borsk Fela turns into a Chad in Star by Star. And I don't mean just the way he dies. The whole novel, people say he becomes a Chad. And I'm like, are you crazy? It's just Borsk Fela trying to trying to recover his trying to recover his fame, because he's failing so much right now. And I think I'm like, are you really being fooled by Borsk Fela playing nice now?
Yeah.
It's just him being a politician,
I mean, what is true about Borsk Failure, I guess, is you can say that he's not particularly intransparent about what kind of character he is. Like, he is pretty open about being just a massive dickhead. He has that much power that he can like do that without a lot of repercussion. But yeah, he's very much not a Chad, and I'm not gonna expect whatever happens in Star by Star to turn that around for me. Considering there's just so many books with like Borsk Failure, for all his faults, is a very consistently characterized person. Like he is in every book he appears in, he pretty much acts like you expect Borsk Failure to act. So whatever happens at the end is like, okay, is that gonna be because Borskfelia like has a sudden change of heart, or is it just he realizes the reality of the situation and he just, I don't know, accepts it or whatever? Like, I don't see anything happening.
I like to interpret it as him being sly.
Yeah, I mean, that's who he is. Yeah, that's what I'd expect too. But yeah, Chad, I just don't really see. I mean, I'll wait and see. But yeah, I don't see that happening. And yeah, as I said, considering Luke is obviously a very forgiving character, I mean, I'm not sure if there's any characters, or if there's a lot of characters at least, where Luke definitively felt like he could never possibly forgive them. So him being like, I will never forget that, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's gonna like do something bad about it, but it just shows like, okay, the Jedi are trying to protect everyone, but you're like making a very good case for yourself for that not to happen anymore. And yeah, failure, of course, threatens to arrest them if they do anything, which, yeah, I mean, that's him. Jaina tells him that she wishes that he would die, which, yeah, that's probably the most, like, I don't know, the most connected I felt to Jaina's character throughout Star Wars, I guess. So yeah, there you go. Of course, none of the Jedi care really about any of the things that Borsk is saying, as you would, of course, and they want to go to Yavin to look for Anakin. Luke and Mara can't, though, as Borsk has them like essentially monitored 24/7. So what they want to do is help Jason and Jaina escape, so that the two of them can search for Booster Tarek and Corrin and let them go to Yavin in their stead. The two of them are disconnected enough from the Order so that they couldn't be blamed for anything potentially happening at Yavin 4, which makes perfect sense. Okay, Luke and Mara are probably the most prolific members of your Order, so yeah, as long as they are on Coruscant and Borsk has them monitored and they are not doing anything, it makes perfect sense why they would have a clean slate, like a blank slate. Nothing's going to happen to them. And yeah, and I thought like, well, Booster and Corrin destroying everything to save Valen, that sounds like a great plot thread. So I was very excited for that. Chapter 15. Where is chapter 15? There is chapter 15. So those
just before we continue, I just wanted to point out it's very interesting because this is also the start of Mara and Luke and company just starting to do political maneuvers because they understand right now that politicians are just suck in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And in real life, of course.
Because the New Republic is the villains.
Yeah, of course they are. But yeah, I guess in the past they could at least sort of rely on the fact that all politicians realize that as horrible or as much as they might hate them, that they need them. But now it seems that the politicians are actually have grown so delusional that they think that the Jedi are not only not useful to them, but are like an active hindrance to their efforts against the Vong. So yeah, I think Luke and Mara kind of realize, okay, these people are so stupid, they don't realize that they need us. So we can't really bank on that. We need to, outmaneuver them, essentially. And that is like I guess probably like the first real showcase of that. It's like, okay, we realize that we can't really do anything because any negative consequence is going to be, relegated back to us. We're just going to stay here. We're going to help you find others who will then help you attack Yavin 4 and save Anakin. Because, Booster Tarek, I mean, sure, I guess people like him in the Jedi Order, but there's really no connection there. Corrin was like very publicly kind of shamed and sort of exiled, so there's nothing they can try. Of course, they will probably say all sorts of things anyways, no matter how how like successful it might be, but there's just a lot less that they can target compared to if Luke and Mara just plainly escaped and tried their own thing. So yeah. Chapter 15. Yeah. So those feelings of sadness and hope that Tahiri feels towards Anakin sort of, really resonate with me. I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait for them to reunite and for it to be truly satisfying. And spoiler, it was really satisfying. Anakin then has a moment on a speeder where he saves himself with the Force. And while remembering that Jason told him the Force isn't just a tool to repair his speeder bike with, it just saved his life and it is his life. And it's like a nice perspective about it. Like, okay, maybe it isn't just a tool, but you can basically use it like a tool. It just is that. It's like a gun. Like a gun is a tool, and you can use it or not. And the special thing about the Force as well, that it derives from all living things and all of that. But yeah, it's still to an extent just a tool.
It's about not just thinking. It's about not thinking about the Force as just as a tool, but also being able to use it as a tool when needed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's one of those things that I always wondered myself. Like if somebody uses Force lightning to prevent a little baby from being killed, like is he evil now because it was Force lightning and Force lightning is like evil power? I mean, is that how it works? It always just sounded
That
kind of unsatisfying to consider it like that.
So we can go back to that topic when we reach Destiny's Way, because
Okay.
there is a particular scene, I think Pico knows what I'm talking about, where some people try to argue about Jason being in the dark because of a scene where he uses lightning.
Hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Pico?
Pico maybe AFK. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
But
forget.
yeah. But yeah, no.
But-
Is that used like as a justification for what happens to him in the Danningverse?
Yeah, some people try to say that at that point he should, if you are using lightning at all, it means you are part of the dark side. It means you are fallible to the dark side at that point. That Jason is just, being too far gone.
It's such a simplistic view. I don't understand how that can be satisfying to anybody. Like,
we never saw Luke use lightning in the movies, so
it's it's so fucking like pathetic, kind of like to dumb your morality in your franchise down to like, if you use lightning, then you bad because lightning bad. But if you throw a stone or like a huge rock at somebody's face and it gets smashed, you're not evil because you use telekinesis, and telekinesis is not an evil power. So like, okay, cool. Yeah, I guess that's a nice morality to have. Oh man. Yeah, we have another fight happening, and we can once again see how the Jedi learn continuously. Because of a strange feeling of there being two quote unquote downs, Anakin realizes that there's a Dovin Bazal in the enemy ship that's attacking him. And while they don't exist in the Force themselves, gravity, of course, does. And that's how he manages to localize the Dovin Bazal. And it's really cool. I think that, with that whole rule of they don't exist in the Force, but the impact that they leave, of course, exists in the Force again, is something that you can use to do like a lot of twists in the hero's favor if you have like fights later down in the series. I think that's a very smart way to be like, to explain it in a way, like in a sort of naturalistic way where it makes sense. Like, yeah, gravity is something you can feel. If there's a place where gravity is different, well, of course, you can use that to localize something that otherwise you wouldn't be able to find. So I think that's a very smart way to handle that whole thing. Exactly. And I also think that, even though I don't think you should do it at any point, if you truly want to do like a dark side sub story in here, the character you could even think about doing it with would be Anakin, because him like using the Force as a tool, in this case clearly for a good purpose, which would be saving Tahiri, and maybe he's like, oh, he loses himself a bit in the process, and you could do like a dark side kind of like like a conflict where he needs to resolve, which he needs to resolve within himself, like, oh yeah, I'm losing myself in using the Force as a tool for a good end. I don't know, but I don't think you really necessarily need to do that anyway. And yeah, exactly. And I don't know if there would be the potential for anything new here, but I think you could do it. You could maybe draw parallels between Luke, who almost turned in Dark Empire, like for a precious person to him, that being Leia in that sense, but now this time it's Anakin, and he has like a support system in the way that Luke didn't, and you could maybe do some contrast with that, like Luke was kind of alone in that because I guess he technically had Mara Jade, but people kind of forgot that, and Leia isn't really a help in like Force matters, so yeah, you could have done something with that, I guess. Chapter 16. So now we meet Nen Yim. She is a Shaper. And it seems that the Shapers, like at this point, I thought it seems that the Shapers are a caste of people who build parts of the world ships. And they're also somewhat responsible for what happens to planets and their prisoners. So for like that whole terraforming, essentially, that is undergoing on every planet. They're trying to depict their what normal people, of course, would call disgusting actions as sort of as a form of art, because to them it's that. And apparently Nen Yim built some hallways in a very unique way, and it seems to be that is heretical, considering like in context of like the Vong society, which her master, who I guess in this case already was Mezan Quad, might or might not be as well. Like she sort of gets the feeling that her master also doesn't really play by the rules. And it's this very little thing where like, oh, it's just some hallways, right? It's just a heresy about that. And they're kind of, there's gonna be like their point in the story is gonna be like, what are we doing exactly, and in what case is it heretical, and is it like good in their mind to be that? And that's kind of interesting because, as we discussed before, it's like the cracks are kind of showing more and more in Vong society, that they're not as united with even the most basic things like their religion as they might want you to believe when you read stuff like, let's say, Vector Prime or even Dark Tide. And that's just, there's so much like food for content here. You can do so much with this concept, and this book does some very amazing things with it. And as I said before, I'm very excited to see where those kinds of questions go later down the series. Yeah.
It also shows a very interesting play on Yuuzhan Vong politics, where the Shaper, who is seen as a kind of higher caste than the Warriors in a way, due to them being the intellectual and artistic type, where Mizan Quad can just be a heretic and make a whole hallway that is offending their gods essentially and get away with it.
Exactly, yeah, because it's the sort of thing, unless she does something so gravely heretical that it like catches the attention of the higher ups who are above her, there's nobody who can really question her in any way. Yeah, so she kind of has for now at least, it seems she kind of has a carte blanche. She can do whatever she wants, and if she's like a bit heretical on the way, well, none of the warriors are able to do anything about it, at least for now. And yeah, it is interesting because it might also like create conflicts about like authority in the Vong structures, like further in the series. Like, are there going to be Vong who question the authority of other castes, of their superiors in any further way? And I think again, you can also do lots of interesting things with that as well. So yeah. She receives a hand, which seems to kind of be a symbol for Nenyim to assume her duties as an adept, so like a direct student of Mezenquad, which I didn't really have any context for furthermore, but it was like I guess a symbolic gesture that she got. Chapter 17. So we have a really cool sequence of Anakin going through the forest while being hunted by the Vong. He is very much like that. He's not overpowered. He keeps getting hit by the Vong. He's just very proficient and moves along. And he seems to truly be one with the Force in this segment, feeling the holes in the Force essentially, and knowing that it's the Force. Again, it's the same way he did it for the Dovin Bazals. You can obviously do it in the same way with the Vong. If anything but the Vong is able to be felt in the Force, then of course you can just reach out and try to feel all the holes where you think like, I should feel something here, but there's nothing here. So it must be that there's some Vong related things going on here.
I really like that they waited this long to add this in, because it shows they're helpless, and then Anakin finally figures this part out.
Exactly. It's supposedly simplistic, and I guess I could see the Vong maybe not necessarily feeling like that much of a threat, at least not like a, how do you call it, like a psychological threat. I think there's like a big psychological component to the Jedi not being able to feel their opponents, because it's such a big part of how they do fight. Anything in life, essentially. Yeah. And I think like this feeling of you literally can't see your opponents coming even through the Force. I think that's a big aspect that fear, I think, carries kind of a lot of the conflicts in the previous MJO books so far, and now being like, okay, we can't feel them, what we can kind of like do a process of elimination where we feel everything else, and all the holes must be the Vong or Vong related like technology. And I think that's a very good thing. And again, if you like can kind of get creative with that, you can probably do some nice twists to some fights later on, or whatever you can draw out of it. But I think there's a lot of potential for that as well. And and for once, while reading the EU, I am also happy to read the term piranha beetles, because they, under Anakin's control, attack a group of Vong, which have ambushed him while creating a, quote, song of death. And they just, like, literally just devour the Vong, which, that's the first time these fucking stupid beetles were kind of cool. I was like, oh yeah, they're just literally eating the Vong alive. That was really neat. Would be cool, I guess, if they had a bioweapon that just shoots piranha beetles or something. But yeah, who knows? And yeah, Anakin then finds two other Vong and sees that one of them is killing the other. He doesn't look as scarred like a usual high-ranking Vong, but he looks truly disease-ridden. He's smelling of decay. And his name, he gets introduced to us, is Vua Rapang. And after he killed the other Vong, he offers Anakin his help, which, of course, is very strange, because that's very much a new thing for the Yuuzhan Vong. Again, just increasing the variety of how the Vong can operate and what they're ready to do. So we're going to see what Vua Rapang is going to turn into. Chapter 18. So the Vong are... Oh yeah, I wrote it down as the Vong are trying to space groom Tahiri. They said literally, quote, she is young, her body and spirit can still be shaped, which, yeah, man. I mean, I hope Chris Hansen didn't start listening to this stream right now, but I assume he didn't. So
if only he was in Star Wars, we could have ended this conflict so fast.
He would just go up to Mez and like, I need to talk to you. Like, please have a seat. Oh man, yeah, it would have been nice.
No, wait, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. This is the first time this has happened.
what I wrote down here also is that this kind of interaction is making me wish more and more that there was a Star Wars equivalent to the Spanish Empire, which I realize is probably not the nicest thing to say when there's a Brazilian here, but oh well.
Hey. Look,
It could have
I'm
been a
not a
Portuguese Empire too, if there
yeah.
was.
I'm not a cringe native nationalist. You know, I'm not rooting for the natives in the conflict. My
see.
grandma is Portuguese.
Hey, that makes sense. There you go. But yeah, more fucked up shit. Obviously, it's the wrong. And yeah, there is indeed a conflict here that we learn about. Nen, Yim, and her master both seem to perform heresies in the form of believing there is life beyond what their strange, like, cult deity has created. They're like, there is life outside of this deity. That's actually going to be even more interesting because in the very last moments of Quad, you're going to have like you're going to get the one sentence summary of what she actually believes about all of this, and it's going to be so much more interesting. But we'll leave it at that for now. For now, she's just like, there's things outside of the scope of our gods that exist. So yeah, we just know that they're very much not like the other Vong. Tahiri gets angry, and what she does is also very cool. She compresses the air around them to cause them to almost die of, suffocation until they knock her out with a special villip that they have. I honestly don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why the Vong would know about her manipulating the oxygen and not them. But I guess they at this point know, like, okay, there's this force power that these Jedi use, and they're unable to directly influence us. I guess at this point they already know, so that's how they knew that they needed to target her.
To be fair, we are in a very specific situation where we are seeing two heretic shapers who are already kind of biologists. So
Yeah.
they must have they must have been studying the Jedi in some way.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, at this point, they do know about it, and yeah, and it's understandable. Exactly as you said, they're heretics, so they're also like they're dealing with things that usually also none of them would even want to. So they know things outside of maybe the scope of everything they should know. Yeah. So chapter 19. So Rapong and Anakin have a little talk while Anakin rests from his injuries with his help. They just have like a rather casual conversation, trying to understand each other. Rapong asks about if the Jedi get their powers from machine parts and if Luke has a machine hand. And Anakin asks about what his reason for teaming up with him would even be, and what the Shapers would do to Tahiri. The reason for his hatred of the Shapers seems to be that their ugly deformities on his body are a product of their work. Which, at this point, that's all the context kind of we get, but that, of course, is going to get expanded so much more. He is still, like, as of Vong, he's still very passionate about embracing pain, about hating machines, about not even being referred to just as Vong, since it implies a lack of connection to their deity being, this Yan Yuzan. So the Yuzan part of the name is very important to him. And Anakin recognizes that if he wanted to kill him, he would have done so already, and that teaming up with Vua is going to be his best chance of successfully saving Tahiri. And that's why I'd imagine he's also pretty unconfrontational to Vua in general. Tahiri is simply his main focus, and he's like, whatever, if he's going to say like rude shit, I can perfectly handle that. I don't care. And yeah, so that's that for now. Chapter 20. First off, my notes start with a banger quote from that chapter, which is, quote, "The Jedi Temple was gone without a trace."
Kevin has been erased.
Exactly. No more children are going to have to suffer from exposure to evil spirits or dangerous pseudo kaiju monsters. Yeah, like that one pseudo kaiju beast from the first Young Jedi Knights book that just never appeared again. There's like
It's-
supposedly a whole population of huge monsters that the Jedi would struggle to defend themselves against. They're just somewhere on Yavin 4.
Oh, I think that's brought up again in the Invasion comics. Have you read them yet?
Oh yeah.
No, but
Oh, you know that should have happened a long while ago. That those take place between Vector Prime and Darktide.
sure they do. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
What NGO comics know it? Those don't exist.
There's Chewbacca.
Oh,
and then
oh
there's,
yeah.
there's
I've
an
read that.
opposites, and that's it.
Yes.
Mm.
What isn't there? Didn't Geonosian Killer also write an NGO comic, or was that a
No,
short story?
it was Hayden
Oh,
Blackman.
this was Boba Fett, a practical man, to explain what Boba was up to during New Jedi Order. As we learn, the Mandalorians are the main reason the Yuuzhan Vong were defeated. Actually,
Yes, because
like nothing you are reading right now matters whatsoever.
That's all just side content essentially too.
Yes, it's side content to the Mandalorians actually doing all the hard work in the background.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes,
I'm gonna hate that so much. Oh fuck.
it's because the Mandalorians are the third side of the Jedi and Sith blade.
Of the two-sided
third-
blade, yep. Even Nomenor is thinking about how awesome they are.
Fucking hell.
That's a quote by Vajir, by the way.
I might want to, I really want to read now. I really want to read Practical Man now, just to see Nomenor being stupid, as he is written by Travis.
Yes, please do it. It's amazing.
Oh god. So, yeah. Anyway, we get to witness a very interesting dynamic here, in which Anakin has experience with the terrain of Yavin 4 and how he would usually operate there, whereas Rapang is the one who knows about the Vong and their weapons and how they work and how they can or can't be countered. And so I immediately thought, okay, this has a lot of potential because we have a very obvious reason why both of them sort of need each other and can be of use to each other. They are in a situation in which net bugs, I just called them, I guess. I'm sure there's like a specific term for it that I just didn't know because I literally translated the word, but there's something working to create a net with all the trees surrounding them, which would eventually just catch them and siphon energy out of them without actually killing them, but it would drain them of energy. Anakin, without his lightsaber, uses his mechanical torches to incinerate the trees, so the bugs don't have anything to build their nets on. This causes Rapang to actually start a fight with him, since using a mechanical fire is, of course, deeply offensive to the Vong cult. Anakin snaps back at him, saying he was ready for Anakin to use his lightsaber as well, and he should accept that, and that he doesn't care about understanding their beliefs. While upset, Rapang says he's now, quote, giving the gods a reason to actually hate them, and he sees that he was pushed into this position by, quote, her. We didn't know who her referred to in that moment. Of course, it was Mezan Quad. And he ultimately accepts Anakin's decision-making. And yeah, as I said, at this point, like in general, I just thought that how much I love the structure of the story of NJO as a whole overall. You know, you build up the Vong as like these irredeemable, horrific monsters with, and then you add all sorts of, I guess, essentially you can call them misfits into their culture, and it makes them so much more three-dimensional.
Yes.
And yeah.
And Volo Rapang is also a special case because he wasn't born a shamed one. He was made one.
Yeah.
He was a warrior and then became a shamed one. So he is an exception to the rule, where
He's an exception to the exception.
You see firsthand how is a Vong who was at the height of his power, who might.
Yeah, and not
Sorry,
only that,
you can say, Pico.
Oh, I said he's an exception to the exception. That's all.
Yes.
That's all I said.
Okay, sorry. And finishing. So it's very interesting because in any other occasion he might have been one of the random Vong that Anakin killed.
Yeah. And yeah, and I mean, who knows how many like random Vong Anakin anybody killed who might have also turned out like those kinds of characters. But yeah, exactly the case that, and it being the case that Vur is the exception of the exception is also interesting, because the way we're gonna speak about the shamed ones and how their connection to Anakin is gonna evolve, you're gonna very naturally imply that a lot of shamed ones might feel maybe not sympathy, but like some form of allegiance with the Jedi. And it's of course very different again for those Vong who were born shamed ones, like who were never anything else. Like even somebody like Vua is able to team up with somebody like Anakin, even though he used to be a warrior. So yeah, I think there's again, I'm repeating myself. There's so much good conflict that can be written out of this that I'm really excited for. Exactly. So, and yes, the fire that Anakin caused is spreading fast, and the smoke actually causes Rapong to collapse. So I think, wait.
So chapter 21 is a nice little milestone because it's the first chapter when you came back to this book.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was about to
like
say
6
that.
months.
There's a lot of not NJO in this thread, so I was about to ask where it was. There we go.
Type in chapter 21 Conquest.
Yeah.
Wow. So you
I
stopped
am.
right. So you stopped right when Vuavapong just he
Collapsed.
just fell down.
You
Amazing.
can see how far my hatred for the Young Jedi Knights books have pushed me in this. Yeah.
Yes, Silver.
Oh
That's
yeah, I've heard of that. That's so fucking cringe. It's like, hey, you get it? Jedi are evil.
Yeah.
So
They are following that damn bird's philosophy and they are becoming evil.
oh man. Anyways, yeah, the long awaited at that point, chapter 21. So we have a very cool scene of Anakin imitating Corran. He manipulates energy to protect Rapong and himself from the fire. And yeah, him seeing the forest fire afterwards is like a genuine emotional gut punch, because he sees and witnesses the innocent animals of the forest dying. And Anakin now agrees that him ending innocent life to protect his own was wrong, while Rapong, of course, thinks it's wrong because of the way he conceived the fire. And he says that death is a part of life and it's not a crime. And yeah, this perspective kind of makes him wish that he could sense Rapong, and whether he actually, as a Vong, belongs to light or dark. Afterwards, though, he is frustrated and wonders whether Jedi actually are truly just moral cripples who are unable to judge anything if they don't have their force powers, which is really interesting and true, and kind of harkens back to
amazing.
that thing we talked about with like forced lightning. Like, okay, if a Jedi sees Force lightning, he's gonna feel it in the Force, and he's gonna be like, okay, yeah, that's a dark side Force power. Or like the user who uses Force lightning is very, very likely gonna be a dark sider, and so they
Yes.
associate it with like morally bad. Whereas if just a normal person looks at, I know, a criminal being destroyed by lightning that comes out of your hands, they would be like, well, it's lightning, and lightning is the most natural thing ever, so it's not good or bad. So Anakin kind of, sort of comments on that, being like, the Jedi seem to be, yeah, he called it moral cripples, like unable to be just regular people and see things for what they are. They always need their force thing to essentially read somebody's like mind or energy and be like, oh, that's good and or that's bad. And
Yes.
the reliance on that has made them unable to recognize like immorality when they just see it instead of being able to feel it. And
Actually,
that's why
there will be a very similar. Jason will have a very similar experience in Trader, where he will also be unable to sense. I mean, he can sense the Vong, and he will make a very interesting assumption when Vergil presents him with a problem, and he will also see how morality isn't as easy as just saying, "Oh yes, this is bad, this is good," and with the Force.
yeah,
Sometimes you have to make decisions without relying on the easy way of just sensing the dark side in something.
exactly, yeah. Or at least you have to adapt your understanding of what the Force
Yes.
can be used for and what it is. I mean, you have that already
Sounds
so
like
much.
Sith nonsense to me, to be honest.
Exactly, it's all just a bunch of evil gobbledygook. No, but you already see that in like a military way. So they can't use the Force to, I don't know, push a Vong away. So okay, they're thinking of like very simple solutions to that already. Like, oh, okay, I can throw a rock at a Vong because I mean that's how it works. I can't manipulate the Vong himself. And then later on, okay, I can't feel the Vong in the Force. I don't know if they have any Dovin basalts hidden somewhere. And then it's like, oh, okay, but I can feel the absence of gravity, or like the absence of force, the absence of life, or where there's like a gravitational field, and I can use it like that. So already their traditional usage of the Force has like already met its limits, because the way they're used to using it is not useful anymore. So they're already thinking of a lot of little solutions for the littlest of problems, like the very simple problem of I can't push this guy away with the Force. And you would sort of expect that naturally just extends to, okay, now it's even going to be about their philosophy. Like, if we can't just use the Force to push somebody away at times, okay, does that mean maybe there's also going to be something that changes about, the morality of the Force, or how we think the morality of the Force works? And that is very interesting to think about again. So I can't wait to see more of that. And so he thinks back to a discussion that he had with Jason, where he said that the Force is a tool. It's neutral in morality. It is used to a good or a bad end. And, Corin described using it to be selfish as being bad, and using it to be selfless as good. I mean, that's a very obvious example. If you selflessly use Force lightning to protect a baby from being killed, doesn't that make it a good decision, even if you used a bad power, quote unquote?
I mean,
it's very obvious.
Even on the movies, one of the primary examples we like to use when we were discussing Traitor on the Discord server with Alex was on A New Hope, where Luke used the Force to guide the torpedoes inside the Death Star. The Death Star is full of life, and Luke with the Force explodes the battle station. Now, can you justify every single death that happens in the Death Star? Not necessarily, but that it should have been done, because the Death Star presents a far larger threat to the galaxy.
Yeah, and it's so simple. Like, it may sound stupid that I connected to that, but I always thought about like a gameplay mechanic from Star Wars: The Old Republic, actually. So you have the two Sith and the two Jedi classes, right? And there's the Sith Inquisitor and the Jedi, what was it, like Counselor or something, Consular, whatever. And they both, of course, they have the exact same move set because they're the mirror classes of each other, but they're presented differently because, well, one of the Sith and one of the Jedi. So the Sith use like Force Lightning, and they have like a skill where they use continuous Force Lightning on somebody. Okay, very, very straightforward. And the like
a
the
torture
mirror
thing.
What? Sorry?
It's like a torture thing, basically.
Yeah. But the mirror skill of the Jedi is to chuck a bunch of stones at the enemy continuously. Is that so much less evil to throw a bunch of sharp stones at your enemy? Like you're like slashing them open? Is that not
I think
evil?
I think a lot of this issue actually does come from the video games and the RPGs, because they actually like classify this as a Jedi.
They view it in a sense, in a way that where you like how you would.
They created a binary system for balancing purposes, to give gameplay variety and stuff. And
to be honest, I guess the gameplay represents it in a way they perceive it to be from most of like Star Wars work that is present before.
Yeah,
I mean,
it also starts with the RPGs is the main issue.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like West End games, because they were
I was
that's where the Jedi code comes from, and the Sith code. And
Yeah.
all that
Mhm.
bullshit.
And I mean,
All
yeah,
that-
like if you derive it from, like, let's say even just the movies, who are the only people you see use Force lightning? Well, Count Dooku as a representation of, okay, he's not a Jedi anymore, and Palpatine. And I guess if you want to stretch it, Yoda. But okay, you understand that he's deflecting it. But even that, it's like, okay, he's also kind of using Force lightning, I guess. Does that make him evil? I don't know. It's kind of a video gamey thing, and people just sort of accept it as like, no, it's not just a video game RPG thing, it's like an actual representation of morality, when that's just so obviously impractical and kind of dumb. Yeah, it's like if you, I don't know, your heart your heart stops beating, you go into cardiac arrest from a lightning, and I don't know, you get CPR in your bag, or you get permanent brain damage because you had a rock chucked at your face. Maybe the Force lightning at times is more merciful, even. I don't know. It's
It's a very
it's really
complicated
stupid.
issue
It's a stupid way of looking at the Force.
because you can also look back in Return of the Jedi with Luke using Force choke on the Gamorreans.
Yeah.
And before
Where-
Dougie comes in and is like, actually, in the in the radio drama, it's
Actually, and the Return of the Jedi audio drama. Yeah, but I think you get what I mean. I don't think George was thinking, "Oh yes, Luke used the mind trick to make the Gamorreans choke." I think it's pretty evident that Luke was using Force choke, straight up.
even if they
And-
don't have necks.
Yeah, it's
It is a way, and I mean, you see that scene and you're like, is Force choke necessarily evil when it's just using a normal Force power, which is telekinesis, and focusing on a very specific part of the human body, which would be the
Yeah,
knife.
yeah.
Wait,
It's
you're
just-
talking
it's-
about Luke choking the pigs in Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
Remember how Douglas claimed, oh no, he was
I just
confusing
mentioned
them.
that actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, it's fine. No, but yeah, it's so like, I mean, we could go so much deeper into this. Like, is Force choking even a real thing if you're just using telekinesis, but in a very specific way? I mean, it's kind of the nature.
That's how I've always taken it.
Yeah, it basically is
I
that.
think it's pretty obvious. But
Like, yeah,
there's
you're
no
using-
power called choke. Like
Exactly. You're using the
Imagine
pressure of the Force to cause asphyxiation. I mean, that's pretty like straightforward, I would say.
Imagine if you're Darth Maul being trained by Sidious, and there's just one day he comes and says, "Very well, Darth Maul. Today I will teach you how to use the most powerful dark side power, the Force choke."
Yeah.
choking a bitch.
Nah, it's really stupid, yeah. And the again, like going back to the chapter, like the representation of it that we get from Jason and Corran in this case, or like Anakin's memory of how they first got it, is so much more intuitive. Like, it's obviously about how you use it and not the fact that you use it at all. It's so obviously dumb. So I like it this way more, and that Anakin, kind of understands what they mean by it. And yeah. And he connected to his decision, being like, okay, he's protecting himself and sacrificing innocent wildlife to do so. And it might have to be a bad decision, because, like, well, he's killing innocent life, but he's unsure about that because, well, of course, how is he going to protect other innocent life possibly if he himself dies? And he also thinks back to the lesson Mara had for him on Dantooine about him not ever thinking the consequences of his actions through, and how he evidently hasn't learned anything. But yeah, for the moment, they just continue towards the river where they want to go. And yeah, we see just also something quite surprising, which kind of speaks for the Vong, I guess. We see a shamed one, but a fully, like, healthy, just regular looking Vong. Like, he isn't scarred, he doesn't have any tattoos, he looks the way the Vong are kind of supposed to look like in their natural state. And Rapung says that he's going to speak to him while Anakin hides. He kills him, saying that, he supposedly would have been a threat if he remained alive. Anakin actually felt physically sick thinking about this and wondered how many more intelligent, innocent creatures would die if he actually remained by Vua's side. And also, he wondered at which point he will lose his usefulness to Vua, which makes sense, of course, because presumably that's going to be the moment that he's going to turn on him and try to kill him too. And yeah, I really love this focus on cherishing life in all forms. Even a random Vong, somebody who's apparently, that's kind of how we get introduced to the shamed ones, someone who's apparently born with great shame and therefore irrelevant to the other Vong, is someone that Anakin also feels empathy for. And I was excited to see what this could turn into, because it's already the kernel of a new possible story, showing empathy for the Vong, which sounds so unintuitive from the story that we're experiencing, but is obviously going to come up, I would assume, again. So
Yes.
yeah, nice. Exactly. So chapter 22. We witness Nen Yim receiving a tumor, which every Shaper seems to receive, and it scars the Shaper caste of the Vong from the inside to represent one of their deities. It sort of resembles the way that it happens to the warrior caste, though for them it happens on the outside. And she recommends using their god-given methods and alter them to Mezanquad, her master. And the purpose is to understand how to adapt to the Jedi's nervous system, presumably to exert some form of control over them. And both of them, while speaking about this, clearly understand that what they're speaking about is, again, a heresy. And they use this pain stimulant that they've developed to dissuade the captured Tahiri of attempting any Jedi mind tricks. What they desire is to combine the Jedi and Vong characteristics in Tahiri, so that understanding can grow on both sides. Their apparent goal is to create peace. That's at least what they say. And to achieve that, they will try to chemically alter Tahiri's memories so that she forgets who she truly is, and instead starts to believe that she is actually a Vong, which is really fucked up shit. And I mean, those kinds of Vong deserve everything that they're gonna get. But yeah, it is presented in a way that just deleting everything from her brain would be much easier, and they could do that. But they actually don't want her to really lose any of the Jedi parts of her brain, essentially. They want to really combine them, and so they need to keep those intact while trying to instill the other memories into her brain.
It's for peace, bro. Trust.
Exactly, it's always for peace. Peacefully nuking them. Chapter 23. So, Rapang smuggles Anakin into the Vong camp, where Tahiri is held in. He travels in the belly of the Vangak being the little boat that the fishermen they killed previously, or Rapang killed previously, used. And he then receives the corals that slaves usually get when they're turned. Rapang instructs him to over-exaggerate the feelings that he gets from them, to pretend that he's in pain when necessary, when he needs to represent those feelings to other Vong to not raise any suspicions. And they meet one of Rapang's clan members, where Anakin finds out that Rapang himself is a shamed one. Apparently, he used to be a great commander until his wounds that he inflicts upon himself, how warriors usually do, started actually healing improperly, and his implants were rejected by his body. And shamed ones are unable to process those developments and are therefore not seen as useful warriors. And yeah, Vua says that Mezanquad is responsible for this happening to him all of a sudden, which is why she is the subject of his desire for revenge. And he doesn't wish to simply kill her, he wishes to expose and humiliate her so that her eventual death will be in shame. And Anakin realizes that despite his belief until now, he again doesn't really understand the Vong and what they mean in this case, what they mean with desiring revenge. Of course, to Anakin, it would be to just, well, revenge means just killing them. But there's this very specific moral structure to Vong life that gives Wu the desire to orchestrate revenge in another way, not just by killing Mezan, which would presumably be much easier than doing what he is doing. Yes, and Anakin will be left to adapt to the other slaves and try to find Tahiri, while Rapung will report to his executor. And in 7 days, they plan to meet again, hopefully capable of fulfilling both of their tasks. And I love how, the slow tension is building up. I mean, this is still a huge part of the story, and they're gonna spend that behind enemy lines, essentially. Like, both of them are hostile to the environment that they're in right now, and that's very cool. Chapter 24. So the kind of hopelessness that Anakin has to endure while allowing, essentially, Tahiri to be tortured before being in a position where he can save her feels really awful. But obviously it feels awful in the way it's supposed to, but still it was very heart-wrenching to read those, like, all of those upcoming chapters, really, where you not only know that Tahiri is getting tortured and meddled with, but you actually also read about it. And you have to kind of accept that for now, Anakin is unable to act, and he has to wait until the proper moment presents itself, which is not very easy in those kinds of scenarios. He is taken by a Shamed One to go away and do some labor. This Shamed One is as much a Vong zealot as the rest, yet also she's kind of different, considering she isn't accepted as a Vong and is actively resisting the Overseer, who is trying to pressure her into, as far as I understood, being a sex slave. So, still, you have a Vong who, in a lot of ways, cares about what the Vong are about, but also is different. Like, still, it's kind of, she would actually have to accept that as a Shamed One, she is worth less than the others. And if an Overseer, who's presumably a regular warrior or a Shaper, asks her something, there is no real reason to resist it, even if it's something like having sex with someone without actually wanting to. So again, it's kind of a misfit in the society of Shamed Ones, I would say, like that. And yeah, what they're doing is they're harvesting small mobile light sources called lambents. And Anakin grins while finding out about this. And, at this point, you just can kind of tell that it's presumably to help him in some way in the upcoming confrontation. And, later on, like very shortly, it's going to be revealed that he wants to use that as a replacement for his Kyber crystal and to repair his lightsaber with that. So that's very interesting. He finds out more about the background of the invasion and how the ships of the Vong were, dying, and castes and domains especially were starting to basically have a civil war until apparently Overlord Chimra offered a vision of a new galaxy promised to them by their gods. Unu, who is the Shamed One who accompanied Anakin, wonders why he says the New Republic would have given them unpopulated planets if they could just take them, considering their gods supposedly promised them. Yeah, and I mean, she's clearly delusional. She is still a Vong, brought up in Vong society, but is also fairly lenient towards him, speaking pretty openly about the other Vong. So the nature of their interaction in the future, I mean, in this case, okay, Unu doesn't turn out to be like a hugely important character, at least in this book, but it's slowly, like, little by little, opening up the possibilities of, hey, the Vong are still kind of, sentient beings who you can talk to. Whether you can actually reason with them, that's going to differ, of course, but we're introduced to more and more characters at like an exponential pace, really, who can be talked to. Maybe not necessarily reasoned with, but at least they listen to you far more than any Vong so far would have. And that is very interesting, yeah. And also, like, I assume, I at least hope that there's going to be more background knowledge about what actually happened in this kind of civil war phase before Shimra suggested to invade our known galaxy, essentially. I hope that there's going to be like a little exposition dump at some point about what actually happened before Shimra came to power, but I guess I'll have to wait and see for that. I don't know. Yes, so chapter 25. So Unu by herself guesses that Anakin is a Jedi, and she doesn't actually know, though. She just assumed, since Jedi are roaming the planet and he doesn't seem like he's a broken slave, and because she heard that some of them would intentionally let themselves get captured, which of course harkens back to, oh God, was it Worth Skidder, right? Who
Yes.
I think he died in captivity only. I don't know. I don't
Yes.
remember if he purposefully let himself get captured. I think I remember some Jedi did that, but I don't know.
Yes, it was Swerveskitter.
Yeah,
It was
That,
Worth Skidder, right?
You're not gaslighting
Yeah.
yourself.
Okay, yes, I don't misremember. So again, it's like the ripple effects of what the Jedi are actually doing. It's not just about Jedi learning about the Vong. I think there's a pretty nice focus also on the Vong learning about the Jedi. And of course, it's not going to be as important, I assume, or as big as the other way around. But it also means that, they are still foreign to this galaxy. Of course, the Empire doesn't really need to learn about the Jedi when they fight against them. It's like very obvious. But the Vong are also, they don't know anything about how the Jedi operate, whereas other villain factions at least would have an idea because they live in the same galaxy. So I think there's also lots of interesting possible conversations to be had about Vong learning more about how the Jedi operate. I think there's a lot of potential here too. And yeah, and to an extent, Unu simply hoped that he was one, which he realizes and then points out without wanting to reveal his identity. She says that she wishes to meet one in the hopes that revealing one would cause the deity of the shamed ones to intervene and save her. He talks about shamed ones more, whether they deserve what they are, or whether they believe it to be incorrect if they are one. And Uno understands that he's talking about Rapong, who of course doesn't believe he was made into a shamed one in the proper way. Which is where his backstory gets revealed. The motivation for his revenge is it honestly kind of surprised me because it's so kind of shockingly simple and human to an extent what his revenge motivation is, which is romance essentially. Apparently, at some point, Mezanquart and Rapang loved each other, but he eventually rejected her, and therefore she cursed him to take on the appearance of a shamed one to, of course, feel her wrath. And Unu plays it off as ridiculous, considering that in her mind, it's the deities who control who is a shamed one and who isn't, whether they are born as one or turn into one later on. And because their deities of love that they also have would never open the path for a warrior and a shaper to get into like a romantic union. And this also opens up super fascinating possibilities to me for no other reason than me believing that it's impossible with the nature of the Force, and that it's the Vong, and the Vong are kind of the big bad evils. I, of course, never really thought that their deities are like actually exist. I always assumed, okay, there's going to be something about this, but it's not going to be actual gods who have those names. And all these rules and made up deities seem to kind of naturally prevent any Vong from, seeing a shaped one being subjected to a punishment or an attack by one of their own as any kind of wrong. It inhibits a lot of romantic unions very much so across the case. Like those are not supposed to be encouraged at all, because their deities of love would never make that happen, as they themselves were at some point punished by the supreme deity of the Vong, so Yan Yuzan. And so to me, with this situation kind of explained now, with the with Vua's situation, it furthermore to me implies that the deities are used by some of the Vong, quite possibly, of course, by Shimra as the leader of them, to enforce a structure that keeps society going in a very specific direction, in a direction that someone or possibly even multiple people want to. And I don't know if this is going to go like anywhere, but I assume that whatever is behind their gods is at some point going to be talked about or revealed. And I don't know if it's going to be something completely different, but that's just kind of what my brain cooked up thinking about all of this. And when asked if he cares for Apong, Anakin replies that he cares for all life, and she recognizes this as Jedi philosophy. So, and her knowledge about it confuses him, actually. Like, why would she know that Jedi cherish all life? And she seems to acknowledge, without actually voicing it, that he is a Jedi, but she doesn't spell out the accusation anymore. She asks if the Jedi would protect people no matter the case, which he, of course, confirms. She retorts that they don't protect the Vong, but rather kill them. And he responds with saying that they don't like killing. They will only do so if they must. And therefore, they aren't warriors in the classical sense, but they are protectors. And after asking whether they protect all, he replies also very nicely, I think, with all that they can protect. Some people just don't want to be protected, and those are outside of the scope. And she sort of has like an insecure laugh about all of the replies that he's giving, about how all of this is a lie to delude oneself. And then, as she, I guess, kind of thinks about it, she seems to get angry and tells him to go back to work again. So I guess some form of her realizes that what he's saying is kind of true, and it's just how the Jedi work, and they're not deluding themselves, but that they either really believe it or it really is the case as he describes it.
It's you could say it's almost the shock of Anakin, if he is a Jedi, by her suspicion, isn't acting like her superiors say they do. Like,
yeah,
they are some bloody thirst murderers, the Vong
exactly.
themselves seem to think. And I
Like,
really, and for, sorry,
no,
just
no,
before
go on.
you continue, your comments previously about the Vong society as a whole, let's say Greg Keys won't disappoint you with Rebirth.
Nice. Okay, that makes me happy. Yeah. No, it's it's definitely true. I mean, of course, the Vong are going to have a specific picture of the Jedi, which mostly is going to be influenced with what the higher ups are saying about them. She seems to expect that Jedi seem to have like a very specific grudge against Vong, and that they kill them when he's like, well, we have to kill if we are presented with no other option to defend ourselves. That's just how it works. And we don't. I mean, she asked specifically, like, do you protect everyone, no matter the case? Which, to me also kind of applies. Okay, she's not very happy with her position as a shamed one, because she realizes that if it's necessary to protect either her or, let's say, a shaper, nobody's going to choose to protect her, at least not in Vong society, because that's not how they work. So I think to a degree she already is fascinated by the philosophy that she's heard, being like, they say they cherish life and they like protect all, and she's kind of incredulous about it. And this conversation with Anakin, which I guess she expected to turn out in a completely different way, kind of confirmed that those lessons are true, and that what she is being told, like what's the actual motivation of the Jedi, just is not true. yeah, so I thought this was like a fantastic interaction. I think it might be one of my favorite interactions in the series so far. I of course didn't know what Unu's fate is. I don't think that she's even mentioned in the rest of the book again, at least not by name. But it's whether or not this character specifically is going to make another appearance. It's so great because it's the first time I think that the series humanizes, quote unquote, the Vong and gives them a perspective to like be anything else but just bloodthirsty murderers.
Yes.
And so I think this was great, just as a revelation of like there are relatively normal people that are just maybe indoctrinated and kind of have to go along with how Vong society works because, well, it's life or death essentially for them too. So yeah, I thought
it's the equivalent of shifting the perspective from Darth Vader and the Emperor to the average Joe who lives in an imperial planet and is just oh yeah, the Empire is nice, they provide me with food, they provide me with supplies, and seeing lesser Vongs, the ones that aren't important and the ones who can have a more who can have a more amicable position to the Jedi and the normal beings of the galaxy.
Yeah. No, I agree. It was really great. So this was really fascinating to read about, and from the way we're gonna read more about in the book, it just implies that it's gonna go on exactly that way, and that more of those kinds of interactions might happen in the future. Yeah. Later that night, Anakin takes one of the lambents and he's feeling its energy. He impersonates a shamed one when a female Vong, who is evidently in some distress, hears him wandering around. He manages to kind of wind his way out, but very barely so. Rapong is back, saying that there was an attempt on his life and they need to act tonight. Anakin figured that the lambent can be used, as I said before, to repair his lightsaber, which he needs 2 days for. And since the Demutech, so the construction which destroyed and fed off of the Masasi Temple, would not, like, he figures that they would not have destroyed the caves underneath the planet, so they decide to go there and to hide until they're ready to strike. So, chapter 26. Nenyim is sent an assistant who tells her about a Vong called Yakun to earn her understanding, her trust. Yakun is a former love of Nenyim and is gone now because of heresy himself. It seems to be an attempt to make her understand that all of them are heretics now, like he is in on it, and to kind of earn her trust, essentially. Tahiri now is in a very apathetic, almost kind of catatonic state. Her long-term memory causes her pain. She now thinks that she is a Vong called Rena Quad. The nature of the experiments is to find a way to stop the fake memories from being rejected by her brain, essentially. And apparently, this could be a side effect of the Force and how it works. And of course, I hope that all of these Vong get a really painful death because they are really, really fucked up. And Tahiri, to a degree, realizes that her name and what she can memorize at the moment feel wrong. But again, yeah, since her Jedi knowledge is useful, it isn't deleted, so it gives Tahiri an opportunity to fight back. And we find out that Anakin is still the anchor that kind of keeps her grounded in reality. He makes her remember her actual name, which she then yells out like really loudly in defiance. And it's considering what kind of situation this is, it's a very wholesome little moment where he's sort of the reason for her to fight back. And yeah, and he's presented to you as like the anchor of Tahiri's character. So I of course hope that this anchor is never thrown away because that would be really, really, really sad.
Even
Imagine
the
that.
sarcasm,
Yeah.
but like it's kind of true. It isn't thrown away, at least not in NJO.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. We are moving towards the end, though. It's not going to be that much longer, but yeah,
I like how that was posted like still a while ago.
It's like half an hour ago. Whoopsie. Yeah, I understand,
Real.
man. I mean, he is making
don't
cringe
even-
jokes as a teen, and then later on, as as basically an adult, he isn't anymore. I mean, so many people get character assassinated in everyday life, but like this. So, do you have Ralf
If
Schumacher
only
as your
NJO
profile?
started with his regular girlfriend. Okay.
Did you just notice this?
I'm looking at Discord because that's where my notes are. So I don't actually, even though I
Yeah.
have two screens, but I don't usually have StreamYard open to all have it on my big screen. Fucking hell. Yeah, sorry, Jason. I rudely interrupted you again.
Oh no, sorry. I was just saying, if and Jason could have been consistent if only NGO started with him making jokes and having a junkie girlfriend.
Yeah. Man, growing out of making cringe jokes is what every teenager does. Usually, at least. That's just normal character development. It's not even character development, it's just growing up.
Alex disagrees. This is a great contradiction character that needs to be addressed, preferably with a full novel, if not a full novel series set in between Young Jedi Knights and New Jedi Order.
Oh, man. Yeah.
One book for each day of Jason unlearning how to tell jokes.
That sounds kind of funny, I guess. It's the
Unrelated,
He's like in
Dan, but do you
rehab
want to know
of the
how
jokes.
much your car is worth?
No, I don't want to. Thank you, Ralf Schumacher. So, the Star Wars Galaxy is standing for Hyperborea. I'm vaguely aware that Hyperborea is some brain rot internet meme, but I don't actually know what it is, so I can't say yes or no. Sorry. There you go. So, chapter 30. Is it chapter 30? I think we're at chapter... No, wait. We're at
Is
chapter...
it 27?
Yeah, fucking Discord just skipped ahead. Fucking hell. So, chapter 27. Yeah, okay. So, we have a very nice claustrophobic atmosphere that Anakin and Drapoon are in, because they have to crawl into the caves of Yavin 4 to reach the the caves like below. He had doubts whether repairing his lightsaber was truly necessary, but recognizes that he's committed now, and it would have been impossible to fight his way through to Tahiri without his lightsaber. He asks Rapang about Meza and Quad, who confirms that their love was true on both ends, until he was afraid about the wrath of their gods, considering their different castes. To ensure that Rapang doesn't suddenly react when Anakin uses the lambent for his lightsaber, he tells him about it and about what the Force is, that it is the balance of light and dark, that it exists in everything. He describes the lightsaber being greater than the sum of its parts, because each Jedi constructs his own one and creates something unique. It's also interesting he used this phrase because that's what Ikrit described Tahiri and him to be. Rapong doesn't buy his story, obviously. He admits that he saw something in regards to the Force that may or may not have been a trick, but he points out that the Vong don't belong in it, so how could it possibly be true? He asks whether he's considered to be part of the dark in his mind, which Anakin, of course, confirms. He sees no difference between him and the Jedi, saying that, both of them kill like warriors, they even kill in hiding too. So he asks, considering that the Vong take no influence in the Force at all, why the Jedi are even attacking them anyway. Like, the Force doesn't mind, essentially, because they're not in it, so why do you bother? Anakin is insulted by the notion that they are in any way comparable, since the Vong basically are the ones who attacked their galaxy. Rapang, of course, believes that they were gifted their galaxy by a power that Anakin equally doesn't believe in, just as he doesn't believe in the Force. Even though the Vong also can move objects, planets even. They can speak from mind to mind, etc., just like a Force user can. He also thinks that a lightsaber can't live as it is made of lifeless parts, to which Anakin counters that all life is composed by lifeless parts when looked at in detail. Ultimately, something of him will be in the lightsaber, and something of the lambent will be in him. He puts all discussions aside and just asks straightforwardly whether he'll have a conniption if he uses his lightsaber to fight other Vong. Rapung says that Yon Yuzan himself brought him a vision of a Jedi with a lightsaber helping him with his revenge. And while he's being in protest about it and he's bending the logic of his philosophy, Rapung accepts the ways of Anakin. Anakin himself then makes fun of Rapung, who says he makes no sense while pretending that repairing the lightsaber is healing it from a Vong perspective, or that his gods may believe that, Anakin's lightsaber is okay, but his beliefs are heretical. Anakin also himself says, well, that doesn't make any sense. You're just kind of making things up to essentially soothe your mind about the very, very obviously evil thing in the Vong's mind about about all of those things that you're doing. So he, both of them kind of equally sort of discuss and poke fun at each other's sort of logical holes. Afterwards, though, he struggles making the lambent an actual part of the saber, and he feels like Yoda and the Jedi broadly about how everything works were wrong. Did it even truly make sense to fight the Vong? They're not, killing in the universe to harvest any dark energy. He himself says that, quote, someone like Kip is more at risk for falling to the dark side than a Vong would be, which is a based and correct accusation. But no, he realizes that the Jedi up to this point were essentially whining that the Vong just aren't playing by their rules. Kip just tries, attacking and killing them. Jason is kind of resting in his indecisiveness. He figures that, destroying planets cannot be right. What he is serving is something much deeper, something which manifests the Force as a tool to be used in service of whatever this ultimate truth actually is. And the way he makes it work is that, whatever this manifestation looks like in the Vong universe, they belong to the dark side of it. He compares it to like a hypothetical scenario in which Palpatine won the Galactic Civil War and invaded another universe. If the victims in that universe wouldn't know what the light from their universe was supposed to look like, so from Palpatine's universe, essentially, all they would know is the darkness that they see in Palpatine. And so what Anakin says essentially is he sees the dark representation of whatever is equivalent to the Force in the Vong universe. And he doesn't know what the light side in that universe would be because, well, he's only seen the Vong, and the Vong are evidently kind of acting in an evil way. So he can clearly say that they belong to the dark side. And he thinks that, maybe the Force rejected them or they reject the Force. They themselves, and especially, of course, those just regular foot soldiers, were no more or less evil than servants of the Empire. And both of them are and were worthy to be stopped. He determines that he must act indirectly without hatred and without anger. This demands kind of a unity, though. Like, he kind of has to be united. And he links that back to the struggles that he's having with his lightsaber. He understands that the link between his saber which is, from his universe kind of, and the lambent, which is the part that he can't make sense of, must be he himself. And there must be a link between, like, within himself. And that's when he manages to actually construct the lightsaber. He tells Rapung that the Shapers wanted to have a Jedi, and they're about to get one. He recognizes that he is a Jedi again, and maybe even a kind of Jedi that he never used to be before. And this entire chapter was just awesome. Like, not only with Anakin kind of regaining his confidence after all the losses he suffered so far, and with Rapung kind of breaking his philosophy to ally himself with Anakin, but also that this book breaks down like fundamental basic principles of the Star Wars universe that we kind of take for granted, and it brings them up for debate. Like, does the Force in that way really exist? And does a light and dark side in this Force really exist? We kind of just accept that it does because, well, the movies say it does, or the books say it does. So what reason do we have to question that? But this now, it takes, as I said, the very basic principles of this entire universe and makes you question how they make any sense. Not in a way to like just deconstruct them for like just the fun of it, but very much to affirm that they are true. But you can tell, how all individual puzzle pieces fit together. You just have the broad picture before, but now everything is broken down and built back up again, so you really see every little thing in this. And yeah, this was just, I thought this was like a very, like a genius representation of a Jedi trying to explain how his entire morality, his entire power system works to someone who rejects and doesn't even, like, has good reasons to not believe that it exists. And yeah, this as I said, this was just great. So I loved this chapter. It was fantastic. So I need to drink a bit. Wait.
Hydration Nation.
Oh yeah, definitely. Chapter 28.
Ooh, we're in part 3, the third act.
Yay. Oh yeah, the third act. True.
This one's called Conquest.
Yes.
Say that again.
The very much titular Conquest is happening. So the Vong do more fucked up shit to Tahiri. She is released from her pain stimulants so that she can use her Force powers, because they actually want to see if it works. Her mind is still at battle and torn between her two, her real and her fake identity. They try to essentially figure out which part of the brain produces the Force powers, and whether they have sort of like bred Force powers over generations, since Jedi have kids amongst themselves a lot, and of course there's families who are infamously strong in the Force compared to others. They think that they need more Jedi, of course, to get more representative results, which is when they voice frustrations about the incompetence of the warriors. Again, more pronunciation of this conflict happening in the background and probably having been there for a very long time. And that complaint turned out to be quite prophetic. It turned out that Tsun, who was the supposed assistant of Mezan Quad, who talked to Nen Yim before, was actually a spy of Commander Tsakvatu, and he was tasked with proving his suspicion of heresy going on within the Shaper community, within the specific one at least. Nen Yim has herself confirmed that, and when the two of them realize that she has confirmed it, said commander promptly enters their rooms and arrests them for heresy, saying that he's going to look for proof. He is sure. And he says he's surely going to be finding any proof very easily. And yeah, interesting. So I can tell, okay, this investigation is of course going to give Anakin and Rapung an opening to fulfill both of the goals. And again, it was very interesting. Chapter 29. So again, something very interesting happens. It seems that because of the lambent, Anakin actually now is able to feel the Vong. Similar, though not really equal to how he feels another person in the Force. When they approach Mezan's private chambers, where Anakin feels Tahiri to be in, the Shapers clearly see them. Rapang knows that they notice them and that they're not supposed to be there, meaning that they're going to give a quiet signal, a quiet alarm, to fill the hallway that they're going to enter with some form of poison gas that's supposed to kill them. He warns Anakin about it, and they are able to go through. Now, because the structure is closed, the Shapers need to consult to Damutech to determine their location, which is going to take time. So now they again have an opening. As they make their way through, they of course encounter the supposedly out of place warriors who are not supposed to be in the Damutech, who they very quickly dispose of. And during this battle, Anakin is again able to feel his enemies and actually even predict their moves like he'd usually be able to do with the Force. And yeah, he's shortly able to do so, at least before he's choked out by an amphistaff, which also just happens for a few seconds. Rapang realizes that this was the commander's personal guard, which he doesn't like, since that could mean they're present to arrest or take something. And Anakin realizes that by taking something, he means taking Tahiri with them. So as he realizes that, they find a group of warriors with Tahiri in tow, and he instantly engages them in combat. And yeah, it did feel cathartic to give Anakin a W essentially in this, with this very easy battle that he managed to win with Vua together. Because I mean, so far, of course, they have lost a lot. They were clearly on the disadvantage, and now that's about to be flipped. Chapter 30. So this new group that they fight is much more proficient. Vua taunts them, asking how their gods could even hate him if he hasn't even needed an amphistaff so far. He defeats them without them. And while he is growling in battle, being very angry, Anakin is very much the opposite. He's very silent, which is perfect for the atmosphere of this battle, both to, have him be a badass and also to represent before how he was I need to act indirectly without hatred and without anger. On his behalf, because he asked him to, Anakin leaves him alone for the battle, which takes 80 seconds and results in Vua's victory. At this point, Anakin asks a pretty logical question, which is what Vua even needs him for in the first place. He actually makes Anakin swear on the Force to keep death off of him until he has his revenge, which is what he needs him for. Anakin promises it to him, and they go further. They follow the remaining warriors, which are those who have taken Meza and Tahiri, to the ships that they're supposed to be taken away on. And eventually the commander has them in a standoff, threatening to kill Tahiri in case Anakin doesn't cease his fighting. Anakin offers himself in exchange for Tahiri, which the commander, of course, declines. Vua makes him remember his oath before he's able to make a decision. And so he offers a deal. He will stop fighting if Vua is allowed to ask one question that Mezat needs to answer truthfully. Mezat, of course, tries to call him a lunatic, but Hull, Vua's brother, so the one of the Rapung domain that they have met before, agrees, saying that, if Vua is just a lunatic, one truthful answer couldn't possibly be frightening to her. The commander says that, yeah, Vua is definitely crazy, but Mezan is a heretic, and he acknowledges that she's likely capable of more crimes. Vua gets his admission under, Mezan gets threatened by a Vong truth detector and by the threat of punishing the entire Quad domain if she doesn't answer truthfully. And
now we get something again, which we kind of talked about before, where Mazan said like, "Oh, there's life that is created outside of the influence of our gods." Well, in this moment, she actually says that there are no Yuuzhan Vong gods, and what has happened to Vua is all her doing. And this creates a lot of chaos, which gives Mazan an opening to kill the commander and threaten all the warriors present, also involving Anakin and a highly injured Vua. Anakin resists all the pain that she's inflicting upon him for using his force powers. He uses his force powers to throw his lightsaber to Tahiri. She catches his lightsaber and immediately decapitates Mazan without hesitation. The last look that Mazan has on her face is just sort of vaguely representing her shock. And Tahiri's gaze during this sequence is ice cold. She's not fully of sane mind. She accuses Anakin of leaving her. He says that, for all this time, he has searched her and declares that he loves her twice until she eventually snaps out of it. And the warriors, having only watched the scene until now, are close to attacking. And while her ice cold demeanor briefly returns again, she hands Anakin his lightsaber, who now turns himself against the warriors. And this was just perfect. So Vua is able to get his revenge. His name is cleared. And Tahiri gets saved by Anakin. And also, again, this admission that, Mazan has not only gone so far to be a heretic, so to maybe acknowledge that her gods exist, but just not acting in accordance with them. But she actually makes the claim that her gods don't exist at all. Like, their gods don't exist at all. So I was like, oh, okay, damn. So we have a Vong who's so much further away from the norm than we even previously realized.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, like, how, because you assume that it's not just gonna be Mazan who feels this way. So you wonder how much deeper does this conflict actually go? How
Yeah.
different
boy.
is it? Yeah, who else is there who doesn't believe the same thing? And
You will be surprised.
I assume so, yeah. And also, Anakin declaring his love for her was the perfect moment. It kind of started in the beginning with Anakin, very, very shyly just sort of realizing that, hey, okay, I'm not a kid anymore, and Tahiri is not too, and that he gets kind of awkward interacting with her because of it, because they're not just, childhood friends anymore. It's clear that something changed. And so, yeah, this moment where he confronts both his feelings and his enemies at the same time is very much very satisfying. Yeah. And yeah, of course, both of them are very gifted and can go on wonderful journeys for decades to come, and I can't wait. Chapter 31. So as the warriors, including Hull, express their desire to kill Anakin, of course, he's still a Jedi, Vua tells them that they're not going to do that. He gives the Jedi, as he says it, a salute of blood, and tells the two to escape while he is going to fight the other warriors, considering he's dying anyway. As Vua is fighting, they escape in a Vong ship, which Tahiri is able to open with her newly found memories, essentially. She's also able to lock it from the inside and pilot it. She is very clearly disturbed and traumatized by the fact that she can, and that she was implanted with false memories, and she's not able to know what's real anymore. The helmet that helps her pilot is susceptible to manipulation, since she was almost mind controlled, being told to return, just when she pulls off the helmet again. They team up to throw a bunch of Masasi trees against the ship that's been tailing them until Ramiz Ven, so the Peace Brigade pilot, finds them and picks them up again. It was really wonderful, perfect callback, and a satisfying conclusion to all of that. Also nice that I guess Van has this moment where whether he's motivated to do so by any threats or not, does make the decision to go and save the kids. That was really nice. And yeah, chapter 32. So Valen, Senna, Tahiri, and Anakin start escaping. Jesus, looking for Cam. Talon is trying to help them, which causes Shada to, as we think she does, sacrifice herself. Eventually, Jaina and Jason also join the fight, and even Booster is there to save his grandson. In the end,
That was a nice
Corin-
little scene.
that was very nice. Yeah, like I'm here to say, like, I
Where's
will.
my grandson?
Yeah,
Like,
it was so nice, and Corin being there, of course, also perfect. They are he's thanking him for what he did and presenting him to a very thankfully a very much alive Shada. So he thanks Talon for helping his kid, of course, and the Jedi in general. She kind of playfully scolds him for thinking that she's that stupid. It like her surviving shocks him so much that he's even moved to tears, which is also very nice to see for Talon to have like a very emotional moment there. And yeah, and then we have the epilogue already. I mean, already it's been almost 4 hours, I guess. Yeah. Anakin has a talk with Jaina and Jason about the Vong. He says that he is able to see them in a way in which he thinks Luke and Leia were able to see like something in their other enemies, like let's say the Imperials. He thinks, okay, there is this possibility for Luke and Leia in the past to see a friend or like somebody who is not an enemy, at least in an Imperial. And in the same way they used to be able to do that, I am able to do now with the Vong. Nevertheless, he realizes it's what he needs to fight, and he's not gonna like go into extensive peace efforts like Jason seems to want him to do. He simply knows more about them now, but he still doesn't know everything, and it doesn't make the fight any less important. He visits Tahiri, who is distraught with how much she actually enjoyed killing Mazan and thinks that she didn't end Mazan in that moment, but actually rather herself. Anakin counters that she had horrible things done to her, and having a moment of rage is perfectly understandable. And since she blames herself for the death of Ikrit and for Kart's men, he kind of jokingly pretends like he wants to teach her how to better blame herself, as he is very good at doing so. Though he says that he reserves the right to blame himself for the Vong invasion as a whole, like to himself. And yeah, again, all of this is of course a joke to make her realize that she's sounding ridiculous. She asked him when he started talking so much, which of course is interesting, right? The last time Tahiri really interacted with him was when he was like a pretty silent guy. And he asks her when she started talking so much nonsense. And what his plan is to stay with her until both of them are okay again. Tahiri asks him, whether he's going to go out and attack the Vong, which of course he confirms he's going to continue the fight. He doesn't really want Tahiri, of course, to go along, but he decides to be like, okay, I'm going to wait until both of us are okay. And if you're okay again and you still want to accompany me, then I'm going to take you with me and we're going to fight the Vong together. And we see that Nen Yim has been arrested by Tsavong La. And while she has the chance to write down her knowledge from the experiments, at least all that's left of it, the quad domain as a whole will be sent back to the world ships. Nen Yim is disgusted since so many on these world ships seem to rather want to have the Vong die than innovate their ways and ensure their survival. She tells La of a new heresy spreading among the shamed ones, that it's not actually prayer, but the Jedi who are the key to being normal again, since Anakin very prominently helped Vuarapang lose his status as a shamed one. And La plans to violently suppress these heresies from spreading, while Nenyim just sort of mentally notes that this is obviously not going to work. The violent suppression is how heresies are obviously going to grow much more. And that's it. That is the entire 7th book of NJO Conquest, and I loved it. I loved this ending too. Like the conversation between Jason, Jaina, and Anakin makes sense. I mean, Anakin's like, yes, I have seen something in the Vong that has made me believe that, I don't understand all of them, and I still don't understand everything about them. It doesn't make the fight any less important, but he, previously has gotten this better grip on, especially his emotions, being that he decided, like, okay, I need to fight indirectly. I need to engage in the battle, but without hatred, without anger, just for the pure purpose of protection. And I love that, Tahiri has some very troubled thoughts right now that have been implanted in her, and all the conflict that could still lead out of that is going to be very interesting to see. And the thing that Nanyim mentions is going to be very interesting. Not only that the world ships are seen as, I guess, this kind of very specific environment in which Vong are just going to get stuck in their ways and not be willing to change anything, even though it's a question of surviving or dying. And of course, the most interesting aspect of all of this to me was that the shamed ones actually start to believe that the Jedi specifically are their key to normality again. I think that's very fascinating. It makes obvious sense because Anakin not only is the one who's responsible for getting Vua back from his shamed one status, at least briefly before he died, but also that he was even willing to do so in the first place. I mean, Unu, who he had a conversation with before, who he clearly has influenced in some way with what he's told her, like with the pure, genuine response that he gave her. I think all of this is going to have a big influence, and this heresy, as Nenyim seems to prophesize already, I think and I hope definitely is going to spread very quickly and very far and beyond, because that's just, it's nice because there's so much conflict within the good guy side that it's good to have something of equal measure on.
It's nice to see that this similar schisms are happening.
Exactly, yeah. And they all make perfect sense for what they are. So, yeah. This was, I mean, just maybe going around the horn, like maybe you guys want to say, like, overall your thoughts on this book. What did you guys think?
Jason, go first. You're the guest here.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, Conquest, I would say, was the first novel in the New Jedi Order that I would say is an S tier one. The first in many that will come. Like you, I think I can't add much that you already added. Then it's the one novel that starts developing the Vong, that explores their society, that makes both Anakin and the Jedi as a whole questions about the Vong more complex, more interesting. It's pretty much the novel that adds more depth to all sides, both to the Jedi philosophically and to the Vong as a society. And you will see the seeds that Greg Keyes put on this novel get developed further by Lucino, by Walter John Williams, Stover. Every
Greg
following
himself.
novel is just, yes, Greg Keyes himself. God, Final Prophecy is so fucking good, man.
It's so fucking good. It's so good.
But yeah, it's just I think I will start to reread the NJO novels on the side with you, starting with Rebirth,
Nice.
so I can give more in-depth thoughts. But I mean, Conquest is the start of something truly wonderful for the series, which is now we will start to see NJO get one step further into being one of the best parts of the Star Wars series in general.
I totally see how that could happen. Yeah, it's again, I of course only have the perspective of what I know right now, but I see that there's so much you can do, and yeah, considering some very, very capable authors have written on this series, I just assume that it's also going to happen and that I can actually read about it. And yeah, I can't hide my excitement from it, definitely, yeah. Ralf Schumacher, do you have anything to say about Conquest?
Well, I like the book. It's one of the best, and it took me 9 months to read it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, that has upset me a lot.
To
And
be
I can
fair,
only
he came
imagine-
back and then read the back half of the book in like 3 days.
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
hurry up eventually. But
It is
this
that
makes me
good.
very worried about your reading of Star by Star.
I mean, the entire paperback of Star by Star, which includes Recovery, right, in German, is like what, 800 pages or something?
Yeah, it's
Whoa.
massive.
Jesus.
How do you even open that?
we can include a little therapy session after each chapter.
Yes, it's gonna be necessary.
Gotta talk about my fifis every other chapter. Yeah, makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna be something, I'm sure.
That is
I
gonna
mean,
be the
okay,
first NJO
now-
book where the plot is just falling apart before your eyes.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's the worst Denning book, but it is the most
Yeah.
agonizing one because it's part of the New Jedi Order.
I can see that, yeah. I'd rather have some legacy book than be even worse if NJO could be equivalently like better.
It is maybe his second best book after Tatooine Ghost.
It probably is, right? Like if
And
you
I
think
don't like
about-
Star by Star.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Star by Star is a book that works because it's part of the New Jedi Order, and it has so
Yeah.
much good before and after it. I mean, before you have Conquest and Rebirth, which are amazing novels. And after it, we will have Traitor, Destiny's Way, things that build up on the events that happen on Star by Star as well. So I think Nenning got really lucky. Yeah, he isn't that much of a good writer, but he just found himself in a very good position with his first 2 novels.
Yeah. No, NJO.
That's the Space Muslims, yes.
NJO is that the conquistadors are right. I will correct you on that. Yeah. So yeah, Pico. What did you have to say?
This book is excellent. Every
Yeah.
sentence is important. Like there's no wasted space.
Yeah,
It's short, straight to the point, and yet somehow it's like one of our longest streams. It's just so dense
True.
with important
It's-
information.
it's
If
just
that-
that good, you know.
It's
I think if you do any channel where you're like, if you go negative, you go really negative. I think people kind of think that, oh, you're just gonna do long shit for like the very negative things because you want to hate it. But no, if it's really good and there's lots of things to talk about, you can also do these
like
things.
we're about to cross past Onslaught, which also had Chewbacca in it.
Yeah.
And like
Man.
I think this is probably the easiest S tier I
Yeah,
can give
Yeah.
from the streams we've done. Like
Definitely.
I can give easier S tiers, but that's only because I've read more shit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. So yeah, out of a 10 rating, I said like this is at least a 9 out of 10. It's probably like a. I'm always
Think
careful about
9.5, and like the
Yeah.
only issues I can really think is like Bantam stuff that
Yeah,
was established, so that has to deal with, and then I guess
Yeah.
Anakin is able to sneak away too easily. I guess
yeah, but like very,
that's
very
really
minor.
it.
It's kind
you
of
really have.
Yep.
It's one of those novels you really have to scrape it to not give it a 10 because
Yeah.
it's really that good.
Yeah.
And I think you should, because I think 10s should be special. But
Yes,
it's
fair.
it's one of the first books. I think I kind of had that with Dark Tide too, but it's one of those books I'm like, my heart kind of already wants to give it a 10 out of 10. But yeah, I guess I'm just naturally inclined to not give anything basically a 10 out of 10. But yeah, man, this one's a very close contender. I think like a 9.5 is a very fair rating because there's like very, very minor, maybe petite little issues that you could have with this book, but it's such a lean book still, but there's so much in there. So it's really special, and I mean, obviously you should read the series so you can read this book, but yeah, it's fantastic. So yeah, anyway, so this is basically everything we have to say about it. Yeah, I have not yet started reading Rebirth. I will do so at least tomorrow, if not even possibly later this evening. I'm going to be kind of busy, so maybe going to be difficult, but yeah. Overall, I hope I can at least keep up my motivation for NJO. Again, yeah, there's going to be a very...
We got to at least make it to recovery so we can get all the Greg Key stuff out.
Yeah.
Get Rebirth and Emissary of the Void locked in.
There is a roadblock there that's just one.
Is that the order you're going to read it?
Yeah, Recovery and Emissary of the Void are going to be one episode just because they're short enough.
Probably, yeah.
So you get
we'll probably do Recovery before Emissary of the Void, but I don't think it really matters.
I haven't read.
You will read the bad stuff first, and then a very good one.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think reading Emissary of the Void before Recovery makes sense, but like actually talking about it, I think we should do Recovery first. But again, we can talk about that when we get there.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes sense. I've never read Emissary of the Void.
It's so good.
You should.
It's really good.
I have read Recovery, and I really can't remember much about it. I think it was just all right.
I remember Recovery because it kind of like goes over what we already learned in Balance Point with Han and Leia.
It also kind of contradicts the later books, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's stuff with... that's not really a spoiler. There's stuff with Vicky Shesh, the character, which I think doesn't completely work with what she's doing later. Or like how the characters perceive her. There was something there.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe we'll see that when we
we will be on the lookout for it.
Not that far away.
Yeah. All right. If you managed to listen for 4 hours, then I guess thank you for being here. It was very fun and very kind of strange also almost to do these again. But yeah, I will very shortly try to read Rebirth. So many one words.
Skip right to Recovery.
Yeah, just skip to Recovery. Just fuck it. No, this is gonna be all for now. It's gonna be a while, but we will eventually very closely do Rebirth. And yeah, have a nice evening, everyone. Bye-bye.